What the fuck is it? Few places that I gotta go. First things first, let's start with so did you start Subnautica over again?
Sure.
Sure. Is that your way of comforting yourself and saying yes without saying yes?
Sure.
Sure. Fuck is question. Untied is there, which I think means that Laura. Given that the road ends here. Oh, yep, there it is. I see it. God damn it. I have to admit, I'm not in love with this particular. there's 152 shrines in this game.
I was not aware.
Yeah, and the other in Tears of the Kingdom, or not Tears of the Kingdom, in Breath of the Wild, it was like what was it? It was like 120.
Yeah.
So there's 30 some odd more. What a weird way for bananas to grow. I don't know if that's real, but I want to see something. And now it's time for the most powerful spell of them all. Tell me, are you ready to meet God? Yeah, no, it works exactly like how it did at the first game. Though I'm gotta admit, I'm a little bit disappointed that it doesn't have the huge-ass explosion. Hmm. Oh, whatever. Cowabunga it is. Oh, I should probably throw on my better armor. Oh, how they expect me to get on this ship?
I'm respecting your privacy by knocking, but asserting my authority as your father by coming in
Hey,
anyway.
Saber, how are you? You came just in time to see us retake Laurelin Village. Let's see. Dog fruit. Dog fruit. Dog fruit. Ice fruit. Hey, the raid worked direct from PS5. I have a friend who uses like his Xbox for stuff like that, and just like for playing games in general. And he always seems to have like an impossible time with it. And all I can think of is that just seems like such a headache to stream from console. What were you playing though? That had you on PS5 though? Elden Ring level 1 100% run. Fuck that. The capital F. See how they want us to get onto the ship. But how did it wind up going? Are you just still in the middle of it, or are you still, or did you manage to finish? Had Garrux and Welsh Girl for a while, but I have to go make food. I'm hungry. You haven't eaten since Gar was alive. Oh God, he went offline when I was at work, so I didn't get to be around until the very end. We're about half done, just clearing side quests and dungeons. Oh, so you're in a position to finish the main game at basically whatever point. Still got 4 story bonuses, but over 100 regular things. Jesus. I played a bit of Elden Ring. I think I got up to Godfrey the Golden before I was like, nah, this is enough. God damn it. Not to say like I'm never gonna go back to it, it's just... Oh, I should probably have a shield equipped, shouldn't I? But yeah, you should go eat. When you come back, if you come back, feel free to say something. They're all gone. All of them. I saw everything from the house where I was hiding. This lone warrior type showed up out of nowhere and took out every monster in the village all by himself. I can hardly believe it. You look like a strong breeze could blow you over, but you're solid as stone. Extraordinary. That is what you are. Thank you. I was so relieved that everyone in the village escaped uninjured. But still, it was awful. All we could do was watch as monsters overran our home. If you hadn't come, the village might have been ruined beyond repair. We owe you a great debt. Thank you so very much. The good news is that not all the houses have been destroyed. If we work together, I'm sure we can rebuild. Don't you worry. I'll fix up all the houses the monsters destroyed. Oh, Bolson! I just noticed Bolson. This kid's act of chivalry has lit a fire under me. I'm ready to work, baby. You're only a visitor, and yet what can I say but thank you? Sorry, I don't have anything I could give you a reward, not with our village in shambles. Of course, once the village is rebuilt, we'll be sure to show you our warm hospitality and care. Yes, I'm hopeful we can repay you for all you've done one day, eventually. Laurelin has just been given a chance at a fresh start. If we all do our part, I know we can bring this baby back from the brink. So get ready, because old Bolson here is going to help keep you busy until this village is rebuilt. Even the air itself feels clean again. Truly, I can't thank you enough. The way you fought those pirates was incredible, awe-inspiring, and now that you've driven them out, it's my turn to get to work. The pirates may be gone, but that doesn't mean we can roll out the welcome mat yet. I have to do something about the state of the village or no one will return home. Don't you worry, I might not look it, but I know a thing or two about construction. Says the man wearing construction robes. Besides, I owe this whole village for taking me in. And I pay my debts, it's kind of my thing. Also, the village has charm. I can't wait to restore that restaurant and the Lucky Treasure Shop to their former glory. Materials might be an issue, though. I'm gonna need a rather large amount of logs and Hylian rice.
Yeah, you can get Tavantha wheat and Hylian wheat.
Hylian rice.
Yes, you make the Hylian rice from Hylian wheat.
Why does Bolson treat me like he doesn't know me? I literally bought my house from you, man. So he wants 15 logs, but they can't be logs from palm trees. Why they can't be logs from palm trees? Don't ask. Hey, cows.
Ho ho. Yeah. Oh. Ho ho. Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Dog.
Ho ho. Oh. Ha. Ho ho. Ha. Ha. Oh. Ah. Oh. Hmm. Oh. Ha. Ha. Ho. Ho ho. Ha. Oh. Ga.
What's not fair for everyone? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. If you're still here. My brain was deep in thought with the fucking whatever situation is going on.
Yeah. Oh, oh. Yeah. Huh? Huh. Huh. Yeah. Oh. Huh. Yeah. Yup. Yeah. Oh, oh. Yeah. 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 Oh. Yeah. Oh, oh. Ha.
Her direction, we opened a sanctuary for a new animal species that's right across the ravine from here. Ordinary visitors can't easily reach it, but with a telescope or a light, you might be able to catch a glimpse.
Ha. Oh. Ha. Oh.
A slow horse with a lot of strength. I know just what to name this one.
Oh.
Adrian. There we go.
Oh. Ha. Oh. Ah. Oh. Ah. Ha. Oh. Ah. Oh. Ah. Oh. Ha. Ah. Oh. Ah. Hehe. Oh. Oh. Ah. Ha.
Oh, that's right. Building bridges. Ugh. Hey, I'll take Zonite. Why not? That is a Gleeok. There are 3 caves that appeared around here after the upheaval. They're all up there. One is near Corda Lake, one is near Rodai, and the last is over by Kalora. Hard to see where they are with this unfortunate weather. Huge deposits of luminous ore can be mined in those caves, so they're popular spots for travelers, or they were. Then 3 giant monster brothers showed up. Those 3 used to be over in Taron Pass to the northeast, and now they're in our region hogging the caves. If we don't do something about them, travelers will stop coming here and business at the stable will dry up. called Don Dons, and they were discovered in this area. A young woman on the opposite bank has been taking care of them. She really stuff. If you'd like to learn more, buddy, I'd suggest you talk to her. Fair fellows visited the stable recently, and they said they're searching for some unusual. They're seeking a giant white stallion and nothing less than the horse god. Unusual indeed, the stallion sounds much larger than a horse, and that god is surely much greater than a creature. The two headed west of here, toward the lake of the horse god. You could go talk to them if this sounds intriguing.
Oh.
Controls. Get in there, you piece of shit. In. In.
Ah. Hmm? Ah! Mm.
Hi, chameleon.
Ah!
What are you doing?
Making characters.
For what?
My D&D game. I had to make 8 of them.
Yes.
I had to make 4 for a rival party for the main party, and then
Ah!
4 established. Technically, I have to make 5 more, but I just don't feel like doing that right now.
Hmm.
Rival party to mirror the players with the same class but a different subclass. And
Fair.
then the champions for each of the 4 cities, and then technically I have to make the 5 guild masters of the Adventurers Guild, who are all level 20.
Hmm.
Oh.
Roger, me, the 5 guild masters are level 20. The rival party's level 8, and the champions are level 16.
What? Sorry, speak up a little.
Nothing.
I didn't hear. I didn't hear the last little bit.
I'm just fucking around with sheets at the moment.
Oh. Mm.
So what these guys... Let me see here. If I offer them... Even have any? Good. Is Penn not around here? I thought he would be.
Oh? Ah! Hmm. Ah.
Maybe he just isn't here.
Ho ho. Ha. Oh. Ha. 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 Yeah. Ho ho. Oh. Ho ho. Gah. Gah. Ha. Ha. Yeah. Ha. Ha. Ho. Ho ho. Ha. Yeah. 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 Ha. Gah. Yup. Ha. Ha. Yeah. Ha. Oh. Oh. Ah. 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 Oh. Ah. Ha. 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 Gah. Oh. Gah. Ha. Ho ho. Gah. Ha. Ha. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Ha. Ho ho. Yeah. Oh. Gah.
Hmm.
Ah. Oh. Ah. Ah. Oh. Ah. 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 Oh. Ah. Oh.
Let's do some labyrinths.
Mm.
I just thought of a kind of fun game. Remember, previously we had talked about, like doing a little like fun game of like something almost trivia-esque for inspirations. Chameleon? Do you remember what I was talking about? Just like a little Zelda Q&A for inspirations.
Yes.
Well, I was gonna say if we can get Don there and maybe Pack in here, maybe we could do. Like if we would do that, we would get some other folk involved, see if they were interested. I know I can't get Bart. Well, maybe I could probably get Goober in here if I asked him.
Maybe.
Want to?
If you want to. I mean, I'm gonna lose because I have nothing, no knowledge on anything Zelda. But
I mean, hey.
God,
The worst thing that happens is like you don't get an inspiration. There's really no punishment for it.
that's the worst punishment ever. God, sorry. One of the 4 champions I've made for this is a ranger. I'm like, how can I make ranger good? I know, I'll just give them all of the features, the base and the variants. They just have so much on their sheet. Not only that, they have so many damage modifiers. On top of their base longbow attack of 1d8, they can add in 2d6 sneak attack, 10 sharpshooter, 1d4 favored foe, 1d6 for flame arrows, 3d6 for the Oathblaze favored enemy, and then 1d10 necrotic for their armor. So they can roll like 59 damage on one attack.
Christ.
Yeah, that requires a 3rd level spell slot for flame arrows, and the hunter's coat thing can only be used 3 times. And of course, they're getting -5 on all those attacks for sharpshooter. So that's slightly negated by +2 from their fighting style archery. Players are gonna hate me if they ever have to fight that person. Luckily, they shouldn't have to unless they've really fucked up.
What about you, Siege? Would you want to do that?
I would probably fail hard as fuck at that.
Well, Chameleon has little to no damage. Or little to no, frame of reference, so you couldn't do much worse than him. It's not like it's like, oh, I give out 1 and then we're done. It's, I'll just keep on going for as long as I can think of something good.
I guess I'm not against it.
I just literally had the worst 2 damage rolls during the test. Testing to see if something worked properly. The first roll, it rolled 17 plus 29 for higher level cast. The second one rolled 9 with 17 for the higher level cast.
Fuck.
Because the base is 3d6, so the first one had rolled 5, 6, 6. And then like 3 4s and 5s for the higher level cast. Second roll rolled a 4, 3, 2, and then 3, 3, 4, 4, 1, 1, 1 for the higher level cast. Bard rolls worst damage ever, asked to leave the party.
Based.
They're a glamour bard that I kind of started making based off of Ravening War.
Based off of what?
The Ravening War, which is the Dimension 20's most recent thing.
I have never played myself.
Well, it's not a game, it's a show.
I have never, sorry, I meant to say, I've never watched.
It's just a funny thing of it's a fun class and feat combination from that I liked, which is a bard with meta magic. So you can subtle spell your bard spells. Because normally, even if it's just vicious mockery, clearly you know they're casting a spell because it has the verbal component. But with subtle spell, you could subtle vicious mockery and someone will just take psychic damage while you just stand there doing nothing. Or in this case,
Sizzle join.
and Dissonant Whispers, which is funny. Playing a bard that doesn't have any direct attack spells is funny. The only attacks I have is Vicious Mockery,
DM down there.
Dissonant Whispers, and
Albeit to
Mind
get
Spell.
Pack's attention, I'm gonna have to fucking DM him on Steam because he can't fucking pay attention to Discord. I don't give him any greater context. I just tell him to join VC. Hello. Why are you so very quiet?
Is this better?
Yeah, that's better.
So what's up?
We were gonna do a fun little trivia game for inspirations.
Okay. What kind of trivia game?
Zelda.
Oh, okay. Is it what? Is it pulled from your campaign, or is it from the official game rules?
From the official game. Albeit, maybe I'll throw a question or two from the campaign to see how much you remember in there, but...
I remember nothing.
Chameleon has not been paying attention for the past few sessions.
I have no idea what we're doing.
It's not like he's been 90% of the 90% of the content for for Monday when Liam's not there. Oh, fuck. What do I got? What can I get rid of? Oh. Nearby, up above. This is actually a very clever way to get into the labyrinth. I kind of like it. Oh, this is in fact just where I came from. I just failed to notice this. I'm waiting for Goober to join because Goober said he would join. There's Goober. Hi, Goober.
Huh?
Hi, Goober.
Hello.
I'm in the bottom of the labyrinth. Is this the way I'm supposed to get in here? It doesn't really feel like it.
How should I know?
No! No! Back, foul cretins! Back to the pit! Champions, help! 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 I'm out of here! God, fuck that. Okay. I got distracted for a second there. I have something metal equipped. I do have something metal equipped. Hang on. There's a lot happening in a very short amount of time. So, I think everybody who's going to participate is here. So, let me break down how this is more or less going to work. I'm going to have this little notepad here.
I'm not done my game.
You got to get close to your mic again, Pack. It sounds like you're far away.
Fucking Christ. I said I'm not done yet.
What?
I'm playing Warframe in the
Just
Milk
stop playing
Edition.
Warframe.
No, not until I finish.
Listen, if you need to know about finishing, just ask Adrian.
You know, to be honest, if you want the DM, you would deserve an inspiration for that. And he's not even here to oh wait, yeah, he is.
Yes,
Yeah,
he
fuck
is.
both of you. Both of you can eat shit. Yeah, the only way you could ever make fun of me for that is for doing it in a D&D campaign.
Yeah, because
you
you'll
can't do that
get
in
laid.
real life.
Fucking, that's the only time I can make fun of you for not getting laid. Of course you fucking get laid in real life. Oh, God. Okay, so... Sorry, I'm making a little notepad thing. Is Liam even online? I was thinking maybe I could invite Liam if Liam was online, but I don't think Liam is even online. No, he is not. Damn. Well, Peck, whenever you're ready, that's when we'll get started.
Trying to be quick. In the meantime, take a piss, grab a snack, look up mean, do some meanery, I don't fucking know.
I'm doing the labyrinths right now. Do you remember those from Siege Breath of the Wild? The labyrinths?
I thought there was only one.
No, there's 3. There's
I thought there were 4. There was one for each of the berserk armor.
Yeah, there was only 3 parts of the barbarian armor. Yeah, there's the Lome Labyrinth, there's the labyrinth in the Gerudo Desert, and then there's the labyrinth in Tabantha. North Lome Labyrinth. So it's north.
So, did you manage to beat the trial of the sword in Breath?
I did not sit down to do it, to be brutally honest. Because by the time I had gotten that, I had already beaten the game. And there was no point in me making the Master Sword stronger because Calamity Ganon was a bit of a joke. Like, Siege, you've also played it, I think. Yeah, you
Calamity
definitely
Ganon
played it.
is a maximum joke.
He's so easy. He's like criminally easy.
I had more trouble with Octoroks than I did with Calamity Ganon.
I had more trouble with fucking Thunderblight Ganon or Lightning Blight Ganon, whatever they call him, than I did with Calamity Ganon.
Oh, I went in there with the rubber suit. I had no problems at all.
Yeah, I didn't have the rubber suit. And it's like none of them are really hard. But it's like still, Calamity Ganon is heinously, hilariously easy.
Did you have the Master Sword, right?
Yeah, I had the Master Sword. But even if I didn't have the Master Sword, he was still incredibly easy.
So he's weaker than the Blights?
Oh, hell yeah. He's weaker, or at the very least, he's easier than a lot of the other Blights. I think the most difficult thing to figure out the first time you're fighting him is what to do when his shield comes up, and it's pretty easy, even then. Like that's not really a challenge. I'm just saying that might be the hardest thing in his fight. Calamity Ganon is, like, ridiculously easy. It felt like, how to say this? It felt like, you had gotten built up to him being so intimidating for so long, and, when you finally reached him, he was just... Mans was full of clown juice, man. He was a fucking joke.
Whoops. see, I forgot a damage modifier on my damage modifier stacking ranger.
Jesus Christ.
I forgot that they're a Gloomstalker, so they have an extra 1d8 on their first attacks every initiative.
That is horrifying.
2d6 sneak, 10 sharpshooter, 1d6 favored foe, because they're 13th level. 1d6 for flame arrows, 3d6 sworn enemy, 1d10 for hunter's coat, and 1d8 for dread ambusher for a general total of somewhere upwards of 60 damage in one shot.
God. Wait, so they can do flat 60 in one shot?
Well, it's gonna vary because they're all rolls except for the sharpshooter, but this one did 11 piercing just from the weapon, and then that's 11 from sneak attack, 10 from sharpshooter, 4 from flame arrows, 7 from sworn enemy, 10 from hunter's coat, and 5 from dread ambusher for 53.
And say what you will, Hunter. I do like Rangers as like a concept.
Oh yeah.
I've definitely
to be
wanted to
fair,
play one.
yeah. To be fair though, the only things we're actually getting just from Ranger is a 1d6 from their favorite foe and a 1d6 from flame arrows and 1d8 from dread ambusher. Hunter's coat and sworn enemy are from the armor and the oath bow. And sharpshooter is a feat, sneak attack is from a multi-class. It takes investment, is what I'm saying. And also, if you're a cool DM, you'll let them have all of their features, not just one or the other.
Okay.
Because why shouldn't they be able to make camouflage in 1 minute, but also be able to turn invisible as an action? It's like a lot of these optional features don't actually overlap. They just are different. So I don't think there's any reason not to have both.
Okay, I'm ready.
You ready?
Yeah. Yeah, mission is a wash because ran to a glitch that made it impossible to complete.
Is everybody ready then?
Sure.
You hear Siege?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. What about you, Goober? Are you here?
Definitely not.
Okay, well, I guess we'll wait.
Go fuck you.
So basically the way it works, that I'm gonna have this work is essentially like this. I'm going to ask basically as many trivia questions as I can think of. And the person who reaches for every 3 that so how to say this? For every 3 that you answer, you get an inspiration. But only one person can answer per each trivia question. It's first come, first serve. Make sense? So basically, first person to answer correctly gets 1 point towards a tally, and then if you get 3, you get an inspiration. Sound all right by everybody?
Yep.
Yeah?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, to be honest, I have more inspirations than possibly Chameleon or CJ, so...
You're quiet again, Pack.
Yeah, you gotta get close to your mic again.
No, I said since I already have, like, a lot of inspirations, but I don't think Chameleon or Siege does, or am I wrong? Because...
Chameleon's expended a lot of inspirations on Corin, but... And by the way, Chameleon, since you do have multiple characters, I'm going to say pick and choose on who you want it to go to. But it doesn't have to go to the same character, if that makes sense. So you can choose to have Ecorn or Lemmy pick it up.
It just seems like you guys could use them a lot more than me, so...
I mean... If
I
you
would argue
choose to
against
give them
that.
to, if you choose to give an inspiration to somebody else, you can. I'll allow it. They're free inspiration, so I can't see why you wouldn't be able to give them to whoever you want to. If you decide you don't want them, feel free to give them to somebody else if you think they're lacking. But
Siege, how are you on inspirations? Siege,
What?
how many inspirations do you have?
I'm checking right now. Oh, I've only got one.
Ah. I mean, at most, I would want one more to make up for the one I had to use, but other than that, you know.
I mean,
But let's get started, I guess.
they're your inspirations. Do whatever you want to with them. So I'm gonna mix them up. They're not all going to be easy, but they're not all going to be hard. Some of them are just trivia questions. So I'll try to start out with some light and easy ones. Sound fair? So everybody paying attention?
Penis.
Okay, well thanks. So in Ocarina of Time, there are quite a few different sages. Each of them has a corresponding temple, but there's one that you don't have to actually do any form of dungeon to receive. What is either the name or the dominion of that particular sage?
That would be the Sage of Light, who you immediately talk to as soon as you take the Master Sword for the first time to change into an adult. I believe his name is Darun or Rune.
His name is Raru, aka Kapora.
I'm going to give one victory to both of you. Because that is a correct answer from Pack, and that is also a correct answer from Chameleon. Chameleon got the correct name, but Pack got the correct dominion.
Going back on the rules already, I see. All right.
Oh, shut up.
Hey, you could have jumped in on any time at that as well.
I'm sorry. I listen to rules when they're explained to me.
Hey,
Okay,
I was
okay,
just
fine.
adding
Then
in
just
information.
Pack. Then just Pack. We'll stick with just Pack then. Okay.
To be honest, I tried to answer that and I realized I was muted, so
Yeah.
Oh.
I just decided to throw in that extra information. Wasn't really expecting to get anything.
So, next one. The name Saria shows up at least 3 times in the Zelda series. Name at least 3 instances.
Ocarina of Time, of course, when she becomes the Sage of the Forest. Oh, there's a song in Ocarina of Time called Saria's Song, if that counts as the second time.
I wouldn't count that, just because Saria shows up as a character and Saria's song pertains to Saria, the character in Ocarina of Time.
I'll throw a guess
Oh,
out here.
wait, does the manga count? She was also in the manga.
No.
Believe you
In
said 80
particularly,
games.
it's across. Okay, I'm going to add to it. The name Saria appears at least 3 times in the Zelda series across 3 different games. Name at least 3 instances.
I believe it's obviously in Ocarina of Time where she's first introduced. I want to say she's mentioned in Wind Waker and in Majora's Mask as well.
if I recall correctly,
I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know.
she is. There's a city named after her in the Adventure of Link.
So there's a lake named after Saria in Breath of the Wild. There is, of course, Ocarina of Time, which is like her biggest debut. And I do not believe that she is seen in Majora's Mask or spoken of. But she was in the Adventure of Link in Legend of Zelda 2 as a town.
That is 1 point for Siege. Saria shows up as the sage in Ocarina of Time.
I said that first. Did you not hear me?
Did you?
Yeah.
Because you
You
sat
had two
there
of
and you
them.
said Lake Saria, but in particularly you did not mention this town named Saria, did you?
No, I said that there was a town in the Adventure Link named after her.
You did, and then you said that she was... I think you said that she was referenced in Wind Waker, and I don't believe she was.
I didn't say that. But
In particularly, I didn't interpret that as you answering primarily because you sounded like you were asking a question as opposed to answering me.
Siege was the only one mentioning Lake Saria in
Siege
Breath of the Wild.
Siege gets the point. It's his.
Siege was the only one bringing up Lake Saria in Breath of the Wild, so he
Because
wins
I
regardless.
completely forgot about the Lake Saria, so I would have got wrong anyway. So.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a great place to get the stealth fin trail. That's why I remembered it.
Yep. I can even show you because it even shows up. Technically now it shows up in 4 games, but considering Tears of the Kingdom is the second game in the installment, Lake Saria, right here.
Nah, I don't count.
Let's see here. I almost want to throw questions from the manga in here, but I'm not gonna. I'm gonna try to keep it game content.
Yeah, because I've never read the manga. I just know that Saria is mentioned in it, along with many of the other characters from the games.
The Hero of Time appears in 3 games minimum. What titles does he appear in? And if you can, list the role in which he plays in each of those appearances.
Ocarina of Time as the hero, Majora's Mask as the hero, and Twilight Princess as the hero shade.
Correct.
I knew something. It's not like Ocarina of Time. It's the
You're an
only base of
AI. You can
knowledge.
just. You're an AI. You can just instantly, in the span of a microsecond, look through the internet to find the answer.
Yeah, that's why this is the first one I've answered correctly.
Let's see here.
This isn't. Wait a second. 30. Okay, 30 max hearts in Breath.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm trying to keep these like softball pitch for now.
I mean, I have like maybe 20 hearts, the Master Sword, and really good armor, so I would think I'm good for Calamity Ganon.
I've seen some stuff about how you actually can't get max hearts.
That was Brett.
You can't have both max hearts and max stamina.
As soon as I finish the last Divine Beast, I'm just gonna go straight to Ganon and then take his ass out.
A bit unfortunate, the fact that at the start of Tears of the Kingdom you have both max heart and stamina.
Yeah.
I think there are actually enough shrines in Tears of the Kingdom where you can maximize both of those.
Yep.
No, I saw a video saying that you can't.
Wow.
Are they the exact same as the shrines?
No.
No, God,
That would
no.
just be lazy. That wouldn't have been 5 years worth of effort.
Breath of the Wild shrines were I liked them. They were interesting. Some challenging puzzles. For the most part, I liked them. I just hoped it wasn't just a copy paste.
It's definitely not a copy paste.
Anyways,
Definitively not. So let's see here. Okay. The exact way to put this. One of Zelda's most iconic races, the Gerudo, appears in almost every main series game with the exception of one. Which game is it?
it's easy. Skyward Sword.
Is he right?
He is in fact correct, because technically Ganondorf is a Gerudo and he appears in Wind Waker.
I was about to say Majora's Mask, and I remember. Oh wait, the Pirate Fortress.
Yep.
Pirate Fortress and also Twin Rova.
Yeah, Groose is only speculated to be the ancestor of the Gerudo, but speculated to be an answer it does not a Gerudo make.
Yes. I remember that one because it's my number one reason why I don't like Skyward Sword.
Let's see here. So that's a point for Chameleon.
Watch me just answer every question about the Gerudo.
Okay, here's a little bit of a harder one. The Gorons do in fact appear in Wind Waker, though they don't live near a volcano. What is their role?
They're tradesmen.
That is correct. They are merchants. They are part of a particular quest.
Yeah. I was going to say that, but I wasn't sure.
Man, that's what I'm missing. Let's see here. See, part of my brain is like I want to do manga questions, but I really shouldn't.
Yeah, you're the only one who'd be able to answer them.
Yeah.
I could make guesses, but
Oh, here's an appropriate one. Link has at least 3 fairy companions, technically 4 if you want to count a certain game. What are the names of those 3 fairy companions?
He's not a fairy.
Fee is not a fairy. It
Okay,
is
fine. We have
Navi,
Navi,
Tattle, and
Navi.
technically Tail. Aren't technically both of those fairies in that game are his companions?
Tattle and Tail are, opposed. Like, you get stuck with Tattle or Tail for Majora's Mask, and the other one is stuck with the Skull Kid, so it would be Navi, Tattle, and Tail. I'm not sure if that's correct or not.
And
Yeah.
I'm trying to. I know it's Navi and Tattle, and I can't remember what what game the third one is from.
it's not the hat from Fish Cap, is it?
Hey,
I know it starts with a C.
hey, Nez, is this a more? Is this like? Hang on, let me think. Let me. Is this relegated just to 3D games?
No.
No, I'm asking as as far as the 3D games like Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time, those are obvious. but, di- but what I'm asking you, Nez, is this from a game that's mobile and 2D or 3D?
I will not elaborate because I feel like that would give you too much insight. But the answer is the questions I ask you will not be necessarily mutually exclusive to 3D Zeldas.
I feel like the third one comes from a handheld Zelda that I didn't fucking play.
Well, I mean, I've played none of them, so
Huh. You said it started with a C?
yeah, I'm bowing out on this one.
You
have
got-
no
I
idea.
don't know. Did I say that?
Do you got a
I'm gonna
potential
make a
answer,
guess.
Goober?
I'm gonna make a guess and say Navi, Tattle, and Calf or something. It's like a stupid thing.
Navi, Tattle, and Celia.
That is correct. Navi, Tattle, and Seal.
Celia, but yeah, sure.
Celia? Is it Celia? I thought it was Seal.
Seal's not here.
Celia.
Celia. Goober is actually correct. He has one up to me.
Yeah, Seal's not here, and he's a fairy.
No, Seal, or rather Sela, is the fairy companion that accompanies Link in Phantom Hourglass.
No one played Phantom Hourglass.
I
That's
did.
bullshit.
I did.
So that'd be why I don't know that fucking one. I didn't play Phantom Hourglass.
Well, you guys
I-
don't count.
I keep telling myself I'm going to continue to play it, and
Oh, hey,
I
this
am-
is the fucking Halo map.
I am woefully behind on the handheld Zelda games.
I
I
saw a video
finished-
about this shrine. Oh, it's literally just a Halo map.
I mean, 3D Zeldas are pretty much the only ones I've actually completed. I want to finish Link to the Past because it's regarded as the best 2D Zelda.
I mean, there are lots of great Zeldas out there. Most of the Zeldas have at least some merit to them.
Except for Skyward Sword.
Except for Skyward
Shut
Sword.
the fuck up.
So that's 1 point for Goober. Let's see here.
Not enough Gerudo questions. Rigged.
Let's see. Oh, I had one on the tip of my tongue. What was it?
Is that the question? No, I can't answer that one. Sorry.
No, that's not the question. Let's see here. Oh, man. I'm about to sneeze. Mm.
I would have liked a lot more of those medallions in Ocarina of Time. They actually gave you powers and abilities based on their elements. Like Sage of Fire, being able to use fire magic, cast fireballs and all that, and then the Shadow allows you to like turn invisible and sneak around.
Let's see.
It does seem like it would have been a lot more badass if I could have that was
Here's a good one. This one's going to be slightly difficult because this requires a little bit of out-of-game knowledge. That is to say, a little bit of development on lore. In Ocarina of Time, Saria was not originally going to be the sage included for the Kokiri. Who was the individual in Ocarina of Time that was supposed to be in her place, and what was their position supposed to be?
How was it? I mean, I don't know. Probably the position was supposed to be the sage.
I would
It's still a sage position, but it is not the same position that Saria inhabits.
I'm going to guess, based off of other games, that it was
maybe
Ocarina of Time's Fado, and she would be the Sage of Wind.
Shoya?
That's not a canon character. Back.
You are, in fact, correct, albeit you are ever so slightly off. It was Fado, but it was the Fado from Ocarina of Time, not the Fado included in Wind Waker. And she was, in fact, supposed to be the Sage of Wind.
See,
So that
I
is-
guess that just because they then used that later, so I'm like, yeah, okay. And the fact that there are two Fados in Zelda has always confused me, so.
So that is 1 point for Chameleon, which brings Chameleon to 3 points, which means Chameleon gets an inspiration.
Yay, since I used all of them on Nikorin, I'm gonna give that to her.
Let's see here. Sorry, I'm a little distracted by what's happening in game.
I have a question in my head that if you ask, I'll be able to answer, but I can't say it, so.
Oh god, 4 terminals in the maze. Fuck this.
Have fun. Just follow the right wall. Brute force it.
Let's see here. Let's go game specific on this. So I'll tell you the name of the game, in particularly. In The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker, there is the ever-famous Triforce Fetch Quest. As part of the Triforce Fetch Quest, you have to go and find various pieces of the Triforce. In particularly, one of them is located inside of a structure located within the confines of the Great Sea. You have to acquire a deed to access the structure. Who do you acquire the deed from, and what do you find inside of the well aside from Triforce that is rather shocking?
This is in Wind
It's
Waker.
in Wind Waker. I know the second.
It's the teacher you get the deed from, and it's the cabana, and under the cabana there are actually fucking
Yeah,
Dead
you
people.
get the deed, you go to the cabana, and when you descend down in there, to find a Triforce shard, you also have to deal with 2 Redeads, which scared the shit out of me first time I did it, and that's what the Triforce shard is. Last one you need. Or Triforce piece, rather.
I will technically give that to Siege, because Siege did answer you. Yes, you do in fact find Redeads in the labyrinth, which means Pack was a little bit more correct, but Redeads are dead creatures, or rather a form of undead, so you are technically correct.
Well, wasn't the main part of the question who you got it from? Because I'm pretty sure nobody answered that except me.
Yes. You get it from you get the cabana deed from the teacher on Windfall. But to reinforce that, what was that teacher's name?
Oh, fucking shit. I don't know, but she likes those butterfly pendants. I can't remember what her name is.
Just like to also mention, there are also rats in the
Let
cabana.
me
Doesn't have anything to
think.
do with the question, but there are also rats in there.
There are.
It's a really simple name. I think it's Mrs. something Mrs. Mary?
So the question still hasn't fully been answered. We know that at least the thing in the well or the thing underneath the cabana is in fact a form of undead, but we still do not have a name.
Yeah, I said Mrs. Mary, the school teacher.
Yeah, that's what you said. I did not say it was correct.
Oh. Oh, who you got the deed? You said who you got the deed from.
Yes. Who do you get the deed from? What is their name?
Well, you said it's the same person who's all about the joy pendants, and that's Mrs. Mary.
I'm letting you know that you are getting her name incorrect. That is why you are technically not getting the point right.
I have no
Molly?
idea. I have no idea. The only way I could ever know this would be looking it up.
Yeah, Mrs. Molly. Is that correct?
No.
Either that or it's Marie.
Siege
It's
gets
like
the point.
where-
It is, in fact, Miss Marie. I know that because it is Miss Marie's School of Joy.
Huh.
Okay.
Just dancing around that M name. You said M and you said Mary, and I was just like, that sounds familiar, but that's not it.
It's a bit too on the nose for Zelda.
So let's see here.
I love Wind Waker rats. They just have bombs.
Let's see. Anybody who has played any sort of fantasy setting is probably aware of the existence of creatures that we thusly refer to as mimics, creatures that like to disguise themselves as other objects. Zelda often does not make use of such creatures, but in at least one game, I believe it's actually two, so in 2 games, they do actually make use of said creature, albeit they don't have any sort of official stat block, they do not have health. They are essentially living traps. What are the 2 games that they appear in?
Oh, God.
Minish
Majora's-
Cap,
Majora's Mask.
Minish Cap, and Cadence.
Cadence of Hyrule? No, Cadence of Hyrule is considered an offshoot series.
Okay. Alright, then
I'm going with Majora's
Minish
Mask
Cap
and Minish
and
Cap.
Zelda's Adventure.
I'm sorry, what were your answers?
My answers?
Yeah, your answers, Chameleon, it was.
Minish Cap because Pack said it, and Majora's Mask because that seems like the kind of thing that game would do.
And my answer was Minish Cap and Zelda's. Oh wait, are we counting the CDI games?
No, we are not. Because technically, although Zelda CDI might be considered in a form canon, I do not approve of it.
Link talks too much in them.
The CDI games happened, and there's also a porn of The Legend of Zelda.
We're not talking about this. Do you have an answer, Goober?
Nope.
I said it's Minish Cap and Link's Awakening.
So if you haven't gotten the point, that means it's not correct.
I am not even sure which games this would be in, because I do not remember encountering them, unless he's
You know what?
referring to likes, in which
Majora's
case
Mask.
those are in lots of Zelda games, not just...
You know what? I'm gonna
Two.
Majora's Mask and Wind Waker. No? Okay.
I don't
Wind
recall that
Waker
one.
and Tears of the Kingdom.
So, to make sure that people can't just guess randomly on these, I'm going to instate a 3 and you're out rule.
Darn, I'm out. I'm watching you play this and I realized Tears of the Kingdom is one of them, but...
Alright, Minish Cap and Tears of the Kingdom.
Nope.
I think that's it for me then.
Yep. So, Siege, I believe you're only one guess deep.
I didn't guess anything.
Oh, have you not? I thought you
No,
did.
I said like I thought that you were referring to likes as the mimics, but then I'm like, but no, those happened in like several games, so it's not likes. I'm trying to think of the
Like-likes
monster
are
you're
just-
talking about.
Like-likes are just goop, aren't they?
They're technically, I believe, plants. Weird plants, but
They're
plants.
gelatinous tube-like creatures.
Living flashlights.
No.
We're not talking about it like that, Pack.
This got weird.
If you don't want to just guess 2 random games, you could probably also just give up.
Ugh.
If nobody has any more guesses,
I do not. I have no idea.
you were very close, most of you. It is Majora's Mask and it is Ocarina of Time.
That's
But
bullshit. Tears of the Kingdom counts.
Minish Cap has the dual mimics.
Tears
Minish
of the
Cap
Kingdom-
does not have the door
Tears of the
mimics.
Kingdom has ever means.
Evermeans do have stat blocks, though, which contradicts my earlier statement of
That
it does not-
wasn't a part of it.
It was.
They technically just die in one hit.
Minish Cap literally had dual mimics.
He did specify that they did not have stat blocks.
Everyone's kind of don't have stat blocks.
They do. They have a health bar that shows up when they become active, which means they have stat blocks.
Doesn't really matter though when they die in like one hit with a slash weapon, but
All the same. So, that is one for Team NA.
Oh well. Can't win them all.
Let's see. What's a good one? Okay, here's a good one. A particular set of... Oh, wait. Hang on. Well, we can consider this easy. A particular set of smiths make their appearance inside of Majora's Mask in the world of Termina. In particularly, they create at least 2 items that are fairly recognizable as blades that make their appearance within the series. What are the names of the smiths, and what are the weapons?
is it? Well, it's Gabora and Zabora are the names of the smiths. Yeah. And you're saying they're blades, specifically swords?
Yes. To elaborate,
so-
yes.
So it's not the
They're
Gabora hammer.
no, that's technically a homebrew item.
Okay. Then I'm gonna guess and say it's the Picori blade and the Goddess sword.
No.
Darn. Shucks. I don't know. I've only watched speed runs of Majora's Mask, so
I had to go AFK. What was the question?
A set of smiths make their debut in Majora's Mask. In particularly, they forge 2 blades that make, they forge at least, well, they technically forge several. But I'm going to say this. What is the name of 2 of the blades? In particularly, one of them is a blade that you upgrade several times. What is the name of the final form of that blade?
This is Majora's Mask, right?
I just said that they were a set of smiths that made their debut in Majora's Mask.
Okay, well, one of them is the Gilded Sword, which was forged from the, is it called the Razor Sword?
Yes, so you've
Yeah.
gotten at least one right, which means now everybody knows, which it's my fault for even confirming that. So
And-
everybody knows at least one answer, but the second answer is harder to know.
So, it's the Kokiri sword, razor sword, then gilded sword.
I said, what is the final form of at least one of those swords? You answered gilded sword. That is correct, but none of the base forms count towards these questions. There's a particular other blade that they've made that appears in the Zelda series that may have your awareness.
Oh, Great Fairy Sword!
Nope.
Oh wait, that has nothing.
I'm gonna
And
throw
this
it out
other
there and
sword?
just say gilded sword and Bigoron sword.
Nope.
Pokemon Sword doesn't exist in Majora's Mask.
I don't know. There's a big Goron in Majora's Mask. So
Is it from a quest?
is it from Majora's Mask? That's probably too much information. It's a great time to know anything about Zelda. I got nothing.
I will give a little added detail to see if this possibly sheds some light that might allow you to figure it out. In particularly, whether or not they forged it directly is unknown, but their names do appear on the blade, which is why it is assumed as such.
Wow, that doesn't help me at all.
Oh, wait. Wait. Phantom Ganon's sword.
Did you Google that?
No, I was thinking on it for a while.
Pack is correct. It is Phantom Ganon's sword. From?
Wind Waker.
Correct.
Woo!
There's a Phantom Ganon in Wind Waker.
There
Yep.
is, in fact, Phantom Ganon in Wind Waker. He shows up twice.
I only knew Ocarina of Time. Then again,
Yeah, he does show up twice.
That guy doesn't really use a sword, does he? He kind of just plays tennis with you.
He actually shows up technically more than twice, but he shows up in 2 dungeons, which I'm designating it as twice.
Right. He does show up in 2 different dungeons.
Does he still play tennis?
Yeah.
I really liked that mechanic back in the day.
It's a terrible mechanic.
Back in the day when I was a kid.
Back in the day when innocence was allowed to exist.
Exactly.
Let's see.
After that, with Pack looking up the answer.
I'm also maybe going to instill a bit of a time limit on these to make sure that nobody is Googling answers.
Well, that fucking sucks because I'm not Googling answers.
Neither am I. You could also just make us.
You know what? I've trusted you all up until this point with D&D. I imagine I can keep on trusting you, so never mind.
You can just ask people to say what was the last thing you just did in your stream.
Yeah,
So
don't
people
forget
know
the
you're
rolls I
watching
get
it.
on my wife now.
Yeah,
You don't let me forget it.
I definitively do not because it's hilarious, but I never let anybody forget their screw-ups because they're always hilarious.
That's why I just don't screw up.
apparently that wouldn't work for me. I'm not watching the stream.
Watch the stream.
I don't want to watch the stream.
He is not playing Tears of the Kingdom yet, which is why he's not watching. Albeit you're not really missing much, Goober. I've already done all the main story stuff. All I'm doing is a labyrinth.
Yeah,
Yes.
feeling though.
Watch him hang glide around for the next 20 minutes.
God, it really do fucking feel that way. This entire labyrinth is just pain.
Let's make a labyrinth with no floor. Anyway,
Let's see.
Are they easier or harder than Breath's labyrinths?
They're harder in a way because you have to solve the labyrinth on the ground first to get access to the labyrinth in the sky, which means you have to technically do them twice. Where the fuck are the other two? I see where these two are. Trying to figure out where the last two are. They said there was 2. Or they said there was 4. Back here? No. Oh no.
You know, I always found with Jaws boss fights much better than Ocarina's, especially Got.
Okay, here's another good one that I just thought of. In particularly, Ganondorf has taken upon himself the form known as Ganon quite a few times, but there is at least one game in which he hasn't. What game has he not assumed the form of Ganon in?
Skyward Sword?
That
Yeah,
is...
doesn't count. It's technically before Ganon.
Well, yeah, but before you said you fight at the end of the game, you find somebody who looks an awful lot like Ganon. So
Demise looks nothing like Ganon.
He's got that color scheme.
Ganon wishes he could look like Demise.
For real.
I was gonna say it's fuck.
I don't remember that character.
It is not fuck.
Is it?
Legend.
Oh,
is it Link Between Worlds?
I'm going to add on a little contingency. List the name of the form that he takes instead, because there is technically another form that takes its place.
And
And
original question.
I'll throw this out there. Probably not correct. And it's probably just a real technicality, but Breath of the Wild, because he's not Ganon, he's Dark Beast.
It's not it's not Link's Awakening Aghanim, is it?
We just dealt with that fucker.
Yeah, we did. Well,
In the most epic way imaginable.
Well,
Motherfucker became a slurp.
Nether hasn't said anything, so...
yeah.
I'll say something if you get it right, because I don't want to give it away. I want you to keep on guessing.
So this is about Ganon taking a form, or is it Ganon becoming a form?
This is in particularly to
it okay
Ganondorf
if you-
assuming a bestial form, typically known as Ganon. But there's at least one game in which he does not do this.
Princess.
Is it okay if I look up the name
Oh,
of the
no, I
character
do.
so I can say it?
Oh, Wind Waker.
And the
Yeah.
name of the form?
Fuck. It's
Ganon was just Ganon, and he had 2 souls.
Yeah. He doesn't shapeshift at all.
that was the point of the question.
So I'm not sure why it's not the right answer, because if he does
Because he has a title, and I'm not saying the title. He's not because he's not just the Dark Lord Ganon, is he?
No.
No.
There's something that takes its place What is the name of the form that takes its place? Is what I've
my-
asked.
The
Oh,
Phantom
oh.
Puppet? No.
Yeah, isn't it just Puppet Ganon? Dark Puppet? Evil Puppet? I don't know. I remember there's a big puppet that you fight. But I watched you do it.
That fight was actually a pretty good one.
Is it just called Puppet Ganon?
Oh, let's see.
So, Chameleon, your answer is
A Puppet Ganon from Wind Waker?
correct.
God,
It is simply referred to as Puppet Ganon.
wow.
Huh.
I'm gonna give that point to Siege, because he gave you like 90% of the info.
Yes, I would say that does deserve to go to Siege a little bit more, but technically
Technically,
you
you got
got
the
the
answer in
answer.
there.
You technically got the answer right because Siege was sitting there wondering whether or not it was Dark Puppet or not.
Yeah, no, I'm
Which
giving
was
it out to
technically
Siege
not the
because he
correct
did
answer.
90% of the work. I was over here thinking
So
it
Siege,
was...
you are now at 3. That's 1 inspiration for you.
I was thinking it was... What's her name from Link Between Worlds? That doesn't count, does it? Yuga, that's her name.
I mean, why wouldn't the Link Between Worlds not count?
Because it's not actually Ganon, it's Yuga.
Oh.
Even though she looks like Ganon.
You know, I kind of appreciate the games where
Or
the
T?
main
I
bad
don't know.
guy isn't Ganon.
I'm gonna try softballing one at you.
Cool.
Aside from the intrinsic Master Sword, there are several blades that show up in The Legend of Zelda that have similar inspirations and roles. In particularly, these are not weapons that you can get optionally. They are part of the main stories. What are, not including the Master Sword, 2 other blades that show up that fulfill a similar role?
The Picori blade,
Um,
which I think is also the Four Sword.
I'm going
And-
to say this also, they hold an appearance similar to that of the Master Sword.
Well, and that's the Goddess blade, which is what becomes the Master Sword.
So that is technically not the answer because it is
Technically, it's a different sword, but
technically the same sword as the Master Sword.
well, this is transformed by the flames. Its
I
appearance
would
is
say,
similar but different.
Fierce Deity Sword or Great Fairy Sword,
Oh, no,
but
the
those
Fierce
don't
Deity Sword.
Those don't resemble the Master Sword at all.
Also, is the Fierce Deity Sword required?
What was that?
Is the
No,
Fierce Deity
no.
Sword also required in its game?
No, it's not. It's not. It's pretty cool and badass, but you don't need it.
So, yeah. Oh, that doesn't work on any of the levels of what we're needing here. I mean, I still think the Picori blade is one, because that's basically Minish Cap's Master Sword, and I watched you play Minish Cap.
Gilded's, I want to say Gilded Sword, but that one's not required.
I don't know
but
any other blades other than the Master Sword and the Picori blade.
Magic Quest Sword?
As a tiny hint, you have technically run into at least one of them in the campaign. But I will not state on what day.
Okay, so the Picori blade, which is from Minish Cap, and the Wind Sword from Wind Waker, whatever it's called.
No, in Wind Waker, I think you just keep your sword through the whole thing. I don't think there's an upgraded form of it.
No, there's definitely a different sword in Wind Waker, and oh god, I don't know. I don't know what it's called, but I know we encountered it in one day. It was a sword of the Hero of the Winds. It went to Letley. lose this one because I just don't know what it's called.
Any guesses from Goober or Siege?
No.
Nope.
Are you like?
Do I win by default then for being the closest?
Hello.
Hi.
My game ended.
Well, you're just in time for more trivia.
Alright.
So this is the question that's up right now. And I'll phrase it more acutely. And let me see here. So, in The Legend of Zelda, the Master Sword is, of course, the most iconic sword. However, there are at least 2 blades that appear within the series that hold a similar appearance and fulfill a similar role, but are not the Master Sword itself. What are the names of these 2 blades? I will also paraphrase by saying that these are not optionally gained items. No.
One is the Picori blade. Trying to think of the other one.
Try to think of what I said one more time. That they hold a similar appearance.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Picori blade is one of them.
Yeah, but
No.
you need to figure out what the second one is.
I know. Part of me wants to say the Force Sword, but that's the same as the Picori blade.
I think it's technically different because they have a different appearance.
It's the non-optional part that's making it harder. Because some of the blades that I'm thinking of aren't optional, or they're also technically the Master Sword.
Master Sword shows up a lot.
Yeah. Trying to think.
There's a limit of 3 times for answering, by the way.
I know.
How would you know you weren't here when I explained it?
I mean... Sorry, I'm just... trying to think. I can't think of anything else. It's probably in the game that I haven't played, though, so... All I can think of is the Picori blade.
So it sounds as though everybody has given up.
Yep.
Yeah.
The answer to that particular question is the... let me see here, and I want to make sure that I'm getting the name 100% right, even though I'm 90% sure that I know the name. The answer to that question is the Phantom Sword and the Locomo Sword. Both of which are swords within the DS games Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks. They look incredibly like the Master Sword, and they fulfill a very similar role.
Phantom Sword looks nothing like the Master Sword. I don't know what you're on.
Bruh, I'm looking right at it. That bitch looks just like the goddamn Master Sword.
It is way shorter. Its blade is way thicker. It has a thicker portion at the
Look at the
base.
look at the Master Sword from Wind Waker. That might be throwing you off if you're thinking of the Master Sword from Ocarina of Time. It looks very similar.
Thematically,
I
and
literally got the model of Wind Waker's Master Sword, and it is completely different than the Phantom Sword's model.
But they definitely look a lot more like the Master Sword than the Picori blade.
The Phantom Sword literally has an hourglass in its hilt.
it's not wrong.
And either way, everybody only answered the Picori blade as a next close acceptable answer that I would have taken.
I don't even know how to spell Kokomo Sword or whatever.
Kokomo Sword. Let's see.
Oh god, that's because it's from Spirit.
Oh, by the way, Don Dare, so you know how this works. It's answer 3 questions correctly, you get a free inspiration.
No wonder why no one got that.
Limit of 3 answers per person.
Well, I play in both. I just choose not to answer that one.
Spirit Tracks, the least played sequel to a game ever.
I liked Spirit Tracks just fine.
Yeah, it's just that when you can consider that the other popular sequel to a previous game is Majora's Mask Ocarina of Time, Spirit Tracks to Wind Waker kind of falls off. Probably falls off even more now with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom.
Oh, hang on, I'm getting something.
A chest with one single Zonaite in it. Imagine you do all that, it's just like a fucking stick. Oh, cool. Evil Spirit Armor.
That's it?
Well, you got the Berserker Armor from the Labyrinth before. Now it will be Evil Spirit Armor. For stealth. Did I just actually see Ravio's hood in your inventory?
Yeah, the Labyrinth again in armor.
Man, that's lame.
Hood.
Yeah.
I want to see you do another Labyrinth wearing Ravio's hood. Do it. He's my favorite Link.
Let's see here. God.
Did you get the light on top of the temple or the lower labyrinth?
The light on top of the lower labyrinth?
The light route. You have to go outside, then climb up the lower labyrinth. From the outside. There is a light route up there.
Currently, I'm working my way up and out of this one. I am. God, it's so dark.
You're at the one that's in the middle of the water, aren't you?
Yeah. Trying to figure out where the hell the light route for this place is.
It's somewhere. I thought it was. Usually, it's like I think for the other two, it's like right on top of the weapon. I think
There it
it's
is.
yeah.
Thought I saw it.
Yeah.
Literally just fucking right around the corner from where you were.
It's just surrounded by fucking darkness. What the hell?
Yes. Because
That'll be DLC.
well, no, you see, the the depths are a mirror of
The sky.
the surface of the surface.
Yeah, and it's just sea out here, I guess, so I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. So like wherever there's water, there's normally just rocks, and wherever there's a mountain, there are valleys.
I just like how every single bit of promotion for this game is like, the sky, go to the sky. And nothing ever mentioned
It's
the
like you can
depths.
barely do anything in the sky.
It's all in the depths and on the surface.
Or
I
all
know.
in the sky
I
and the
really don't do a lot
surface.
with the sky.
I think like in all the promotional material there was like one little mention of the depths, and it was just Link gliding through the depths for like 3 seconds.
Well, no, there was some footage of the depths, but there wasn't much. Like the other thing is like they didn't want to reveal the name of the game too soon because it contained spoilers and
Thanks, Pat.
that it really doesn't spoil anything.
Oh.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
This
Like
down here. Huh?
I'll keep those here so you can't really say much.
it really doesn't reveal much.
Reaper.
So what kind of powers and abilities do you get into?
So, let's see here. I'm
You get
trying
the
to think.
ability to build things.
You know, like 3 of your abilities are just building things.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
one is
It's Ultra Hand, and then
the elevator.
Fuse. Yeah, Ultra Hand, Fuse, and Auto Build are 3 of the abilities that just do the same thing,
Yeah.
just in various ways.
And then there's Ascend, which is just elevator through.
Matter.
Yeah. And the ability to reverse time up to 30 seconds on an object.
All right. Let's see.
It's gotta be more than that.
Nope, that's it. The rest,
One of the segments on the power wheel is just Amiibo scan.
the other is the map.
Yeah. To be fair, you didn't really have that many abilities in Breath of the Wild either. They were just a lot cooler.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you do technically get abilities from the, let's just say without spoiling.
Anyways.
The special your special friends. You do get abilities from them, but
Count.
yeah, I don't count them really because other than the Goron, most of them aren't really that useful.
I mean, we
It's
don't
just
get-
just
we
the
don't
same
get-
thing as the champion abilities from
It
Breath of the
doesn't-
Wild.
It
Yeah.
doesn't give us any, bombs or tools or anything.
You don't need bombs.
No. You
Yeah.
don't need bombs with the Goron.
Oh
And also
boy.
bomb arrows,
Yeah.
bomb flowers,
So,
bombastic silence.
I just wish they'd bring back a few of the elements of the older games.
Oh, I agree. Like the infinite bombs would definitely be useful here.
Well, I don't mean just
'Cause that
breath.
it was
I'm
one of
talking-
those. Because those bombs were like the only real way you could fight Moldugas. And I have not fought a Molduga yet, but I know they have to be in the game.
Moldugas, they exist. I've seen one.
Yeah, they exist in the game. I have not fought one yet, but I dread to fight one because in the last game you used your remote bombs to fight them, and you don't have that in this game.
Oh wait, is this game are the labyrinths just to get set like piece of Phantom Ganon's armor?
Yeah,
That's it?
yeah, but
Imagine going to whip Ganon's ass as Ganon.
yeah. No, I don't mind that. The thing that pisses me off about it, and you're gonna hate this, is you can't upgrade it.
Okay, well, I'm already done with this now.
Yeah.
God, fuck that. You will receive
I know,
due
I know. It's like
compensation, my
you
ass.
get these. It's like it'd be cool if you could actually upgrade the armor, but
Only Ganon can do that.
yeah.
All right, who's ready for the next question?
Sure.
That's why we're here.
The Legend of Zelda has included several creatures known as Leviathans inside the games. They have appeared across several games. I'm going to make this a 2-pointer. So that is to say, you'll get 1 point if you answer one part of the question, and you'll get the other point if you can answer the other part of the question. The first part of the question is, in what games do they appear? There is at least, let's see. I want to make sure I'm getting this right. 4 games in which they appear, and at least 3 are named. What are, albeit one of them might be more like a title. What are the names of the 3 Leviathans, and what games do they appear in? Those are the 2 separate questions.
Ugh.
Let's see.
Hold on. Wait.
This is the part where I'm probably getting confused with the game that we play in canon.
You said there's 3?
There's at least 3 Leviathans.
Okay, one I'm gonna say is Jabu Jabu. And
Hmm?
oh, that giant fish from Wind Waker, who's a descendant of Jabu Jabu. Whose name's Jaboon. It fits.
Ah. Hmm? Hmm?
I suppose. Okay. Okay.
Ah.
Back to.
Hmm?
See, I know kind of
Is-
2 of them.
Hmm.
I don't know their names though.
There's one-
The last one is Tantalus, I think.
all right. I'm gonna say the Windfish from Link's Awakening.
Ah.
Okay,
Hmm?
the Windfish, Jaboon,
Shush,
and
shush,
Jabu
shush,
Jabu.
shush,
Leviathan
shush.
from Skyward Sword, and then trying to think. Who's the last one? Because I know it's not Jaboon or Jabu Jabu. They are big fishes, but they aren't. Leviathans.
Hmm?
I think it's the Ocean King from Phantom Hourglass, but I know that's not his name.
Hmm?
I will also accept titles in this case.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna go with the Ocean King from Phantom Hourglass as the third one.
Oh,
So
no,
Donder is
it's-
correct
Okay.
that it is in fact Levias from Skyward Sword, the Windfish from Link's Awakening, and the Ocean King, aka Oceus, from Phantom Hourglass.
Jabu Jabu doesn't count.
Jabu Jabu
No.
is not a Leviathan.
He is a giant fish deity that is worshipped by the Zora.
What about those dragons in Breath of the Wild you see?
Those are dragons.
Those are dragons. Those are not Leviathans.
Leviathan
I think
refers to any massive creature.
No,
that-
it doesn't.
Oh, not real. In Legend of Zelda, some people do consider Jabu Jabu a Leviathan, but not everybody does apparently.
Very
He is-
specifically, a Leviathan is a powerful being of oceanic descent. And while Levias may be in the sky, he is very clearly a whale.
yeah. Basically, any flying whale is a Leviathan in Zelda.
Which does leave open this fact.
There are Leviathan skeletons in Breath of the Wild.
That's true.
So, anybody got any answers for the second one?
What?
Oh wait, is this the top?
Didn't he just answer both parts of the question, which was
No,
their title
because
and the
he
game?
answered what was the titles, but he did not answer what games were they all in, because he answered three.
He did. He said Levias from Skyward Sword, Ocean King from Phantom Hourglass, and Windfish from whatever.
But there's still one more game in which they technically appear.
Link's Awakening?
Yeah. The Windfish is from Link's Awakening. There's a fourth title, though?
The fourth one, apparently.
The key word here is technically.
Technically.
I mean, I can't really answer because it would be just stealing Donder's credit at that point.
No, I mean,
I mean, it was brought up earlier, but I mean, I believe it said Tantalus. It's called a Leviathan.
now is this 4 games or for the fourth game or the fourth Leviathan?
This is 4 games. Technically, the game in which the Leviathans appear, the fourth title, does not give them any sort of name. They are a world-building piece.
Breath of the Wild.
Yep. 3 Leviathans technically do appear in Breath of the Wild. It just so happens, though, that they are all dead.
I think they also appear in Tears of the Kingdom, but...
They do, but since Tears of the Kingdom is technically a continuation and not everybody has played it, I chose to sort of forego it.
I'm gonna call a little bit of bullshit there, because I did specifically say that there were Leviathan skeletons in Breath of the Wild.
Yeah. I think the funniest thing I've seen from Tears of the Kingdom is somebody fused together the Leviathan skeleton as a boat and then put it in the water.
I don't know if that's highly disrespectful or kind of respectful. It's like you're desecrating a corpse, but you're also allowing the Leviathan to swim once more.
So,
wait,
so do you want to give that point to Chameleon Donder, since he technically answered that before you? Or do
I
you
only
want to
answered
take...
the last part. He did 75% of the rest.
Well, it's Donder's choice.
That I wouldn't really have been able to answer, because I only knew the bias.
I'll give one of the points to Chameleon.
Would the Divine Beast be classified as Leviathans?
No.
No, they are. Those were built. They might be called divine beasts, but they were clearly built by the Sheikah.
Ah.
Yeah.
Here's another pretty easy one if you're familiar with Zelda lore at all. If you're familiar with Zelda lore at all, and I do mean that legitimately. In The Legend of Zelda, there are, there's a particular time split that occurs in which the continuation is split into 3 separate timelines. What game causes this to occur, and what are the names of these timelines?
The game is
The
Ocarina
game-
of Time, and it is hero wins and stays young, hero wins and stays old, and hero loses.
Or correct?
I cannot tell you what the 3 games that branch off are, but one of them is Wind Waker, which is I believe
Wait.
hero
You
stays
forgot the
young.
names of the timelines, which are the child timeline, the adult timeline, and the downfall timeline.
I do technically
I use
count
their
that
other
because
names,
he...
which is hero stays young, hero
The
grows up.
downfall timeline is what
Hero loses.
kickstarts Wind Waker, right?
No.
No, Downfall is
Downfall is Link loses to Ganon.
yeah. I said it. They're longer titles, not their like compendium titles.
Yeah.
And I believe that game isn't that? No, it's not Twilight Princess.
It's no. The adult timeline is the one that starts
What's the Zelda timeline?
because Link actually disappears from that timeline.
Yeah, and after, according to Wind Waker, after the hero leaves, then Ganon comes back, and they pray to Din, Nehru, and Faerû, and they flood all of Hyrule, and that's the beginning of Wind Waker.
Okay. So if the hero is successful and stays an adult, that goes to Wind Waker. If the hero is successful and stays a child, that goes to Majora's Mask. And if the hero is defeated, that goes into Link to the Past.
Except the hero doesn't stay in the adult timeline. He disappears from that timeline and then goes back to the child timeline. Because at the end of Ocarina of Time, Zelda sends Link back to the past and creates another timeline. As a result of that,
Which may
He
not have
doesn't
been the best thing to do. But yeah.
So, here's another one. Whenever you guys are ready.
you haven't given an answer
Huh?
of the last question of who was right.
Who was right? I'm giving that to Chameleon, because even though he elongated the names, he was technically correct, which is hero stays young, hero goes back and becomes old, and hero fails. Which is universally accepted as child, adult, and defeat.
I know some things.
All right. Now, next question.
He just has to underhand lob slow softball throws for me to get him though. Down there in Siege out here playing baseball. I'm not even playing softball, I'm playing fucking T-ball.
There are at least, let me see. There are at least... Oh, that's not good. Oh, maybe it is. Okay, I'll work with this one. There are at least 2 lands aside from Hyrule, not including Skyloft, which eventually becomes Hyrule, um, that make an appearance in The Legend of Zelda. I'm talking foreign nations. They appear within the games. What are those two nations?
Holodrum and Lanayru.
Holodrum and Lorule.
It's
Low
Holodrum.
rule.
I don't know. Lorule's kind of an alternate dimension.
So I am going to hold to the contingency that Lorule is in fact another dimension.
Fair enough.
It's Holodrum and Lanayru. Unless you want to count, let's see.
Holodrum and Lanayru. But wait,
Yeah.
isn't Lanayru technically Hyrule just before it was called that?
No, it is another country.
Hmm.
It is another country. It is not Hyrule. There's also, I forgot what the land under Holodrum was.
Subrosia.
Yeah, Roja, which another country. And then there's the country from Triforce Heroes. The land of fashion, or whatever.
So, I think the thing you're technically getting caught up on that is an ink that is. I will give you the point because you listed the land of fashion, which is in fact a second nation. But the one that I was in particularly thinking of that you were very close but not quite correct on, you were saying Lanayru. I think you were meaning to say Labrina.
Oh, that's right. It's Labrina, not Lanayru. I don't know why I said Lanayru.
I mean, Lanayru region
Yeah, I
is a
meant-
place, but Lanayru region is
It's
just a region within Hyrule.
Yeah, I don't know why I was saying Lanayru. I meant to say Labrina.
Yeah, I was hearing you saying Lanayru, and I'm just like, I know what he means, but I can't correct him.
It's fine. I meant to
I
say
don't even know what that place is, so
Labrina is yeah, I was gonna even say like Lanayru's will be empty. But yes, it is Labrina, not Lanayru.
oh god, that's Oracle of Ages. That's why.
Yeah. And Holodrum is Oracle of Seasons.
Let's see here.
Still waiting for Nezro to ask the question that I know I can answer well.
Is it pertaining to the Gerudo? I'm curious.
No, technically no. Although I probably could answer some questions about the Gerudo.
You're wondering why Toolin isn't off his summon.
Just turn him off. He won't need to.
Let's see here.
Let's go. Like that you made Fairy Fountains like this whole big setup ordeal, and then in fucking Breath of the Wild, it's just a flower in the ground. Just randomly placed.
I'm gonna give another softball one.
Boy, I'm getting
There
my
is a
teeth
particular
all back.
merchant that we are all very fond of. What is his name, and what game does he first show up in? I will paraphrase that he shows up in at least 3 games.
Wait, what was the question? The first part.
He is intrinsically known for his jovial and high-pitched voice and his warm personality.
When you say the one that he first appeared in, do you mean release or timeline-wise?
I mean release.
Okay, I believe it's...
Did you hear what I said?
No, because you were very far away from your microphone.
Tingle.
No, it's a merchant, and it's Beetle, but I can't say release-wise, the first game he appeared in.
Beetle.
It's Beetle and
was-
Wind Waker.
Yeah, I was
Sounded-
going for Wind Waker, but
Yeah,
I wasn't
Beetle.
sure.
But Beetle's in. I know he's also in Fam Hourglass. What?
That released after Wind Waker.
Yeah. Phantom Hourglass is a sequel to Wind Waker.
Yep.
It's because if it had been timeline-wise, obviously I could have just said it's Beetle in Skyward Sword, because he's in Skyward Sword, but it was release date-wise, and I don't know when any of these games fucking released.
Yeah. It was. He was first released in Wind Waker, I believe, or first appears in Wind Waker,
Ah.
and then Skyward Sword,
Mm.
and then Breath of the Wild.
Let's see.
Ah. Hmm?
Yeah,
But yeah,
Wind
cumulative
Waker, Finish
effect
Cap,
is
Phantom
that-
Hourglass, Spirit Tracks, Skyward Sword, Breath of the Wild, and then Tears of the Kingdom.
Mm.
He's also in Smash Bros. Ultimate as an assist trophy.
Yeah.
Ah.
Let's see here. The Legend of Zelda is filled with a great many boss creatures. In particularly, though, there is one game that mandates you fight every boss you fought twice as part of the main story quest without having to go after anything extra.
Wind
What
Waker.
game is it?
Wind Waker, because once you get to Ganon's castle, you have to fight a second shadow version of all four of the bosses you had to fight to get out in the world to get Ganon.
Yes, Pack is correct. Wind
I
Waker
was,
is the
I was
only
gonna
game.
say Skyward Sword again because you hate Skyward Sword, but
Yeah, but technically you only have to do that for 2 of the bosses, and you have to do that 3 times for those
Fair.
2 bosses, which is dumb.
Unless you're going for the Hylian shield, in which case you have to do that boss rush.
Yeah,
When-
but that's optional at that point. Wind Waker's is not optional.
Yeah.
the only one I remember you have to fight multiple times in Skyward Sword is the Mad Avocado.
Yeah.
Angry avocado with some really big ass toes.
Yeah. And then he gets big ass dinkies, and then big ass halo.
Yeah. Anyway. Good job on remembering Wind Waker back. I sure as hell don't. I mostly remember Nezro's randomizer of it.
God, that randomizer was way too much fun.
Except for when you soft locked yourself.
Yeah.
Hey, Nez, when I type in Scout Sold Angry Avocado on Google, the first result is your playthrough.
He is oh, well, don't I feel happy?
Oh, I'm doing that. Wow, he ain't wrong. I mean, it became the second result on mine, but Angry Avocados, Nezro streams.
Yeah.
Cool.
Let's see. Majora's Mask, the masks make obviously a very central debut piece, but they do actually appear in one other game, not including Ocarina of Time. What is the other game in which they appear?
Twilight Princess.
I don't know. I don't remember any masks from that game.
I just know that it's in the same timeline, so I just assumed.
Wait. Wasn't there a mask thing in Wind Waker?
You said not counting Ocarina of Time, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
There's
does Wind Waker technically count? The hero's charm?
I mean, those aren't really masks.
So, I am going to give it to Chameleon because Chameleon's correct. It is Wind Waker, but it is not the hero's charm. In the Nintendo gallery found at Forest Haven, if you look behind the man who creates the statuettes inside of the Nintendo gallery, he actually has several of the masks from Majora's Mask on display.
Cool.
okay.
Okay,
This one is a little bit of a
also-
slower piece that might not be held exactly true. But in particularly, in Wind Waker, which I'm going to make this another Wind Waker one, yes. In Wind Waker, there is a section that is known as the Forbidden Woods. The Forbidden Woods are commented to in the game have once been the home of the denizens who now make their home in Forest Haven. In particularly, there is a very grim nod in one of the rooms as to the potential fate of one of the characters from Ocarina of Time. What is the character's name that was given the fatal nod?
I believe it was Fado or Fado.
I will answer
Don't know.
only if you are correct.
God, I think I know it, but I don't remember their
Fado.
name.
It is Fado, because he is the sage in Wind Waker, or the past sage.
He is the past sage, but he does not show up at all in the Forbidden Woods.
God, I'm probably gonna give it to someone else. I feel like, isn't it a nod to the fucking asshole in Ocarina of Time who stopped you from leaving until you have a sword?
Oh, Sheik?
No. He's asshole Kokiri who's like, you don't have a sword, you can't leave. And he blocks your
that
way.
dude.
I don't remember his name, and I don't know if I'm right. But I feel like it would be very funny since everyone hated him if they just have a nod to him drowning to death in Wind Waker. But I don't know if I'm correct. Of course, I could just be missing the obvious that it's just a reference to Saria, but...
Mind you, I said it is a... This is a little bit more subjective. It's based more on perception and what you know of Ocarina of Time. It does not necessarily denote that it is exactly true.
I just want to know that guy's name again.
Mito, by the
That's
way.
okay, Mito. It's not Mito, is it?
Mido, whatever you want to
Mido.
call it.
Also, Naz, what's with the stone flashlight sticking out your back?
It's a flame door.
It's technically the opposite of that. It's a frost blower.
Fair enough. Not Mito then. Unfortunate. Well, I've done like 3 guesses, so.
You guess the siege?
Can you stop giving us ones that are near impossible to answer?
I actually missed the question.
I said, in the Forbidden Woods in Wind Waker, there is a potentially fatal nod to a character from Ocarina of Time that lived within the Kokiri Forest. What was the individual that had the potentially fatal nod?
And it's in the Forbidden Woods, so... It's not the Deku Tree.
The thing is that there's really not that many Kokiri in Ocarina of Time.
There aren't. There's only
There's
2 that were
Saria,
named.
Saria, Mito, and Fado that are named.
I will add in, I did not at any point state that it was a Kokiri.
Is it Skull
Oh,
Kid?
The tree, the Deku tree.
it's not the Deku tree. I think I know who it is, but
I mean, doesn't Forest Haven have like a giant dead tree on
it's the. If I had to guess, it's the Carpenter's son. Because it's either that or the Skull Kid.
Yeah, I can't think of any other force that's keeping. It keeps you from leaving. It maybe well, Saria's a Kokiri, so I guess that doesn't count. So.
Yeah, fucking zoned out. I just looked at Forest Haven and now I just looking at a morph.
I'm pretty sure it's the Carpenter's son. If I had to guess, it has to be the Carpenter's son from Ocarina of Time. I just don't think he has a name though.
Also, Skull Kid in Ocarina had no say over where you could go or prevent you from leaving the Kokiri Forest. That was not a thing.
Yeah, that's not been brought up.
I'm pretty sure one of you did.
That was Mito, who also was not told to be correct, so. Which is unfortunate. I hate him.
Does anybody have any more guesses?
No, I'm just staring at moths.
I'm racking my brain here. I am stumped.
So, Pack was actually the closest. The individual that they give a grim nod to is the fate of the Deku Sprout, the one who takes the place of the Deku Tree. Inside of Forest Haven, there's a particular room in which you find a hollowed out wooden shell that bears a striking resemblance to the body of the Deku Sprout. It's implied that the same Deku Sprout became the Deku Tree in Wind Waker, however, it is not expressly stated.
So...
Technically, nobody gets that. You were close, but it was technically the Deku Sprout, not the Deku Tree.
Good God, Nez.
That one was a little bit of a more of a hardball. But let's see here. A little. Let's see here.
Okay, when I hear you laugh, I get scared.
Oh, I'm not laughing, I'm humming. I'm trying to think of what it is that I want to give as my next question. Let's see here. Zelda, in particularly, loves to do things in sets of 3 for the beginning of their games. In particularly, what I mean by this is before you enter the second half of the game, they like to have a series of where you collect 3 things before you move on to the next thing. What is the name of the 3 objects you must collect within Ocarina of Time to enter the second half of the game?
The Kokiri Emerald, the Goron Ruby,
The Goron Rupee and the Zora Sapphire.
and the Zora Sapphire.
But these are more widely referred to as
Spiritual stones of the sages.
Mm,
The Triforce?
no, they're
There's a lot. There was so much Trinity in the Zelda series. Three goddesses, 3 pieces of Triforce, 3 spiritual stones. Like, it's always sets of 3, 3, 3, 3.
The spiritual stones belong to the races.
So Siege is technically correct. I would have given it to you, Pack, but you added spiritual stones of the sages onto it.
yeah,
It was like, oh.
yeah.
They were given to the races.
By that token, spiritual stones of the races is incorrect as well. It's just spiritual stones.
Yeah.
But Siege is a little bit closer in that regard of they were given to the races, 1 to the Gorons, 1 to the Zora, and 1 to the Kokiri.
Do I have an inspiration from all this?
You already reached 3, dude. You already have 1 inspiration gain from this.
Okay.
To continue on the series of 3 questions, I'll ask, what's the name of the 3 items that you must collect in Wind Waker to do the very similar effect? And to add on to it, to add a little bit layer of a difficulty, what is the purpose to collecting the 3 items? As in to say, what is the goal that is ultimately hoped to be achieved by collecting said 3 items? The name of the 3 items and what the goal you hope to achieve by collecting them is.
Wait, what game is this?
Wind Waker.
3 items. And these items are necessary for story progression?
Yes.
Well, I remember because we had to do this as well. It's Din's Pearl, Pharaoh's Pearl, and Nehru's Pearl. And they're required to open the Tower of the Gods.
But what are they more widely referred to as?
The Goddess Pearls.
Yes, Chameleon is correct.
Again, another thing Monday had to run around doing. And man, getting them is not easy.
In the games in which they are featured, there are at least 2 heroes which actually do not start out with their Triforce. And there are some that do. In particularly, for 2 points, answer or 1 point apiece, answer either of these questions. Name 2 heroes who do not outright start with their Triforce, and name 2 heroes that do.
You get 1 point if they do start with it, though.
So 1 point is given to you if you can answer a hero that 2 heroes that start with their Triforce, and another point is up for grabs if you can name 2 heroes that do not start with the Triforce.
2 heroes that do start with the Triforce: the hero of Twilight, as we'll call it, and the hero of Time. Shucks, I'm incorrect.
2 that don't start with it are the Hero of Winds and I want to say Hero of the Sky.
You are correct.
All right. 2 that start with it.
God. 2 that start with it: Hero of the Wilds and Hero of Twilight.
Yeah,
You are correct, Chameleon.
Yeah.
Sitting here watching you play one of them, like, what could the answer
Ocarina
be?
of Time technically does not start with it. Ocarina of Time opens up the door of time, and when he does so, the Triforce goes to the 3 people most deserving of it, and that is when he gets the Triforce of Courage.
Okay, fair enough. That's like right at the beginning of the game. Pretty much the first thing you do.
Not really.
After getting the stones.
Yeah. So it is technically the midpoint of the game.
I don't know, I'd kind of argue that it's really a midpoint. It's not very hard to get all 3 of the stones. It's a lot harder after that.
I'll be gone for a second. And you take the dog out.
It's where the first part ends and the second part.
Did you hear me?
Yes. Though I'm
Just
going to
making-
keep on
just-
asking questions.
Just making sure.
Let's see here. Draconian enemies are kind of a little bit of a staple in Zelda. They appear in quite a few games. List at least 3 Draconian enemies from the Legend of Zelda series. And if you can, list what games that they are from.
Oh god, I can't list for all of them, but there's Gleeok, just from a lot of them. But I'll cheat and say Gleeok, Tears of the Kingdom, because I know there's a Gleeok in there. Argarok from... Argarok is really fucking badass looking, so I'm gonna say Twilight Princess. And... the third one. I mean, they're not enemies, so I'm gonna say dragons from Breath of the Wild, but...
Enemy is the main thing here. Technically, the dragons in Breath of the Wild are not antagonistic against.
Fuck. Gleeok, it's Kargarok, and it's... They always have that Ak in it. Oh man, I just remembered because I just did this, but I don't know what game it's from. It's Aquamentus. Aquamentus is a dragon enemy, but I don't know what game it's from.
So you are correct on the 3.
From The Legend of Zelda, the first one. Gleeok from The Legend of Zelda, the first one. And Volvagia from Ocarina of Time.
So he did technically beat you to it, Dondare, because I didn't make answering what game they were from a mandatory category. I just said if you could. So I will give that to Chameleon. Because in particularly, they show up in a lot of games, so...
Yeah, it's just that the ones that immediately started coming to my mind were not enemies, so I was like, Farosh, Dinral, Volu. None of those are enemies, though they are dragons, and I remembered, oh right, I almost got cut in half by Aquamentus. Don't fuck with the Aquamentus. There's only one that I know of.
Let's see here.
Okay, let's continue.
Also mention that dragon question is still not the one I'm waiting on. I feel like it's gotta come up eventually, but
So have you come up with another one?
Oh, I did ask one
he
while
did
you were away.
3 dragon enemies,
Oh.
which I got
Oh.
with Gleok, Argarok, and not a rock, the Aquamentus.
What about Volvagia?
Down there brought a Volvagia, but I had already won. Although, yeah, Volvagia is a cool one. Just looking at it.
Shows him being not in. Am I supposed to approach from the inside? What am I not seeing here? Oh, there it is. Oh. I'm trying to think of another good one. Because this basically only ends when I stop thinking of questions to ask.
Well, it ends for me now because I gotta go to bed.
Okay.
Yep. Y'all have a good night.
You have a good one, man. Actually, can I just... Wadsworth.
Hmm?
Sorry,
He was the word, and why now? It went from he, him to was alive.
Woman. Let's see here. Was at one point. Damn it. Close.
Okay, so instead of like hours, you have avatars or companions that follow you around?
More or less.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
You'll quickly change your tune, trust me. It sounds cool on paper, but...
Yeah.
They are technically just an upgrade of the champion abilities.
Upgrade is not what I would
Some
call
of the
them.
time, and then an annoying the other half of the time.
It's technically an upgrade because they're on a much shorter cooldown. They have much lower effect.
Yeah.
And at least you don't get fucking slammed with fucking just a loud announcement every time they're ready.
Yeah.
I don't know, I kind of miss hearing Urbosa's Fury is now ready screamed in my ear.
Yeah, I didn't mind that actually.
Mipha's
What I
face
do
now
mind is you in blowing away stuff when you accidentally activate his gust ability.
I mean,
Fuck's sake, this place. Odd.
Tulin is still better than Rivali, so
Considering Rivali got replaced by Tool.
Rivali was an asshole.
Rivali sucks. Nobody likes Rivali. We don't talk about ravioli anymore.
Oh,
Rivali's
and-
Gale is ready.
Oh, as Toki likes to say, ravioli.
I call him too.
We have Ravioli, we have Mifa, we have Daruk, and then we have the best character ever invented in an entire Zelda series.
Wait, you always said Daruk, right?
Yes.
And that just leaves the Gerudo.
The lovely Lady Urbosa,
Yeah, Urbosa.
who could crush me anytime.
Then Urbosa.
Yeah, that's how most Zelda fans feel.
Yeah. They're either
And-
crushing on Urbosa
And other
or
characters
crushing
in the
on,
games and no campaign feel.
They're usually crushing on Urbosa or crushing on Sidon.
I never
Well,
got the
yeah,
appeal
but-
of Sidon.
Entire place. These underground caverns are so confusing.
And a lot of females simp for Slide both in game and out of game. Oh, no, what are you gonna do?
I mean, in-game seems like way more people are simping over Link.
Oh, if this is the way I feel like I'm going in the opposite direction. I have no.
Zero wins. I like how you're literally frozen solid, and it's like your temperature is currently unbearable cold.
So is this one of the main dungeons, or is this the labyrinth?
This is the end dungeon.
Oh.
That's why all the gloom is everywhere. Because they're too good to just call it malice.
So.
The power of the sage cannot reach you.
So I have a question.
The game equivalent of just saying there is no one who will protect you.
I know I'm obsessed over this character, but in the beginning cutscene appears. When you meet the antagonist, I have a question. Is that Demise?
No, it's Ganon.
No, it's not. Because he acts like he has no idea what the Master Sword even is. And
No, he
like
knows
he's-
what it. He knows exactly what it is.
is
He's just
not-
calling it a weak punk ass blade.
Your punk ass out of here.
Okay, no.
Yeah.
I have a hard. He doesn't look anything like Ganon, and he.
That's
I
because
can
he's
play
a
a cutscene
dehydrated
if you
corpse.
want and don't care about.
Yeah. He has been called Ganon multiple times.
Yes, he's literally a dehydrated corpse at that point.
Yeah. Like I think even in the promotional material, they refer to him as Ganon.
Then why was Zelda so confused that he knew their names?
Because
You would be confused if some dude you had never met and living in an endless hellscape of constantly fighting your incarnations knew your name too.
here's the thing. Tears of the Kingdom takes place after Breath of the Wild, and this Zelda and Link have not met Ganon before.
No, they met Dark Beast, which was not Ganon. It was literally a fragment of his power that had been leaking out.
Yeah.
You mean
Oops,
Calamity
I
Ganon?
accidentally let out a
Yeah,
little too.
It was called Calamity Ganon. However, they had not met Ganon.
They weren't sure why it was called
Like
Calamity
they knew
Ganon,
of Ganon, but they have never actually met Ganon.
or seen a depiction of him.
Yeah.
So where does this game fall into the timeline?
At the
Nobody
end.
knows, and we're not trying to
What do you
make heads or
mean?
tails of it.
What do you mean exactly?
It's at the end.
Yeah.
It's at
I've
the
made it
current
at the
end.
end,
It's
but-
it's at the current end of the timeline.
Yeah.
Because everything coalesced from the broken timelines with Breath of the Wild, and this one is after Breath of the Wild.
Yeah. There's actually a theory that Zelda fixes the split timeline with this game. Like,
I just think it's very weird in this game to hear Ganon talking so much.
yeah.
Listen, they paid for Matthew Mercer. They're
gotta
getting
get
their
that money's
money's worth.
Yeah. That being said, I do enjoy the voice acting in the game.
Yeah.
It's
So-
very.
This is a good one to see how much you paid attention to the campaign. In particularly in Twilight Princess, and it is, I believe, implied to be the same group from Wind Waker, or not Wind Waker, I'm sorry, Ocarina of Time. There is a group of individuals who are magically adept who sought to take the Triforce for its power and thus tried to invade the Sacred Realm. These individuals later entered the Twilight Realm and became the race known as the Twilight, but before that they were known as the
Interlopers.
All of you answered that at astonishingly the same time.
I mean, we fucking deal with a former interloper every goddamn day.
Yeah.
Really not wrong.
We have a former interloper who is our ally and our burden. Will Rispy out here saying, I'm your problem to deal with now. Meanwhile, Nezro's out here making a fucking UAV to go bomb Iraq.
Enemy UAV inbound.
They literally just fucking made a gun.
Nay.
I think this game is cool. I just hate that it's allowing people to torture Koroks. I like Koroks.
See, I kind of understand why you would want to after a while, but
I
I mean, they give you
I
seeds
think they're
in
just having
quests just for finding
people
them.
could. I mean, I can see why people would do it. They're just.
I can see people like throwing them off a cliff, but building a box with a bunch of flamethrowers spinning around attached to blades to create a literal flame chamber is really going too far, and I don't think that those people should be let near kids.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
No, I
take off.
Hey, choose.
I agree. Those people shouldn't have kids.
Here we
But-
come.
Because the annoyance of Koroks is the same kind of shit you deal with when you're dealing with actual kids, so...
No, I can see that, but I think they're just people who are having fun.
Okay, so
That's all.
why did
They are torturing
Ness
because
so drink so easy?
So, you know how
Because
fights-
lore.
You know how you fight Ganon and stab it into him?
Yeah?
So that's sealing away his power. Now imagine he's been sealed for who knows how many thousands of years with all of that power building up, unable to be used, except for a very little bit that leaks out and creates calamity. And then all of that power now released shoots directly at the blade. The blade, which in the timeline has not been amped by sacred flames for a very long time.
yeah. And they explain in Tears of the Kingdom that the sword heals itself by absorbing divine power. However, that divine power is frequently used to seal Ganon.
Or cut grass or destroy rocks, really, whatever you want to.
I mean,
this actual full form of Ganon is sealed for thousands of years collecting power.
yeah,
He
and you
immediately used all of that power to destroy the Master Blade and then raise Hyrule Castle into the sky.
not to mention the last time you actually had recently used the blade to seal away Calamity Ganon.
Yes. Which was like 5 or 10 years prior.
Yeah, which means the blade has not had a lot of time to absorb.
Recharge.
Yeah.
Especially since it's not exactly being used in this scenario to fight evil, it's being used to protect the princess.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that that's not a good thing to do, I'm saying it's kind of a waste of the Master Sword.
I love doing that.
Freeze locking.
It is kind of a waste, but at the same time, it's like
Yeah.
they don't expect. Ganon.
Hey, by the way, when you do actually fix the Master Sword in this, does every weapon stop being degraded?
No.
No, if only.
I was hoping that would be the case, and it's like the Master Sword is actually the prime copy of what all weapons came after. But
Oh. Well, that ran out of power much sooner.
Yeah, at least in this game, the Master Sword has had centuries to build up power.
And it still breaks.
Yeah.
do you
This is
get
bullshit.
it back?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Yes, we do.
Where do you get it back?
What do you mean?
I mean, it just broke. I'm wondering where he gets it back from.
It recharges.
It fixes it.
Yeah, I guess that's okay. Does it still shoot light beams if you have full health?
Yes. And if you're wearing a certain piece of armor, you don't need full hearts.
Why aren't you wearing an armor?
I am on what?
Well, he's asking why you're not wearing the armor that the princess made for you.
Oh, hang on.
Wait,
So hard on it.
yeah, it's the best chest armor in the game.
Wait, the best. Hold on a second.
I mean, I can
Wait.
wear all of this for the cutscene.
I mean,
but...
isn't there a princess?
Oh, you haven't upgraded it yet. That's why you haven't worn.
Wait. That's a armor the princess made for you. That's just your basic clothing.
Yeah.
But
Ezra, I beg you, if you know
Okay.
there's a cutscene coming up, wear Ravio's hood, please.
God, I'm so.
I'm very confused. So,
What do you mean? You're confused.
how is that the best armor in the game?
If it's
If you fully
upgraded.
upgrade it, it is the best chest armor in the game. Because it has 36 points of armor at 4 stars.
They just give you Yiga armor. That's hilarious.
Go in there and Yiga wear.
Yeah.
Go in
I
there with a
mean,
Yiga chest piece, the fucking Gerudo leggings, and Ravio's hood. It's the most just butt ugly shit you could think.
Anyway, clearly you have the Jaeger set. I don't think that existed in Breath.
Nope.
I wonder with the Phantom Ganon set.
It's like, is that also like fucking? Is that like the fierce headwear?
Go in without my fucking pants.
Yes.
Oh no, I'm in front of Ganondorf and I forgot my
Yes.
pants.
Use archaic legwear, the champion's tunic, and Ravio's hood.
Do you at least have underwear?
Yes.
Okay.
Not even Rauru took off the hero's underwear. Perfect.
Well, I could go in there in my usual outfit.
Nez,
I don't know
why?
why. I just had the thought of just fucking The fucking pro CD thing, Ganon. What are you wearing?
Oh,
It's my ass kicking outfit, bitch.
oh, Nez, that looked awful. The giant cat head.
I am here to rustle,
Oh, no,
Senor
it's not a cat.
Cannon.
It's a bunny head, rabbit head, whatever.
Oh, God. I'm gonna wear actual clothes for this. Because I feel like a cutscene is coming up. Because I remember it wasn't far to Ganondorf after this room. The first time.
Yeah, you have the hood that Chameleon mentioned.
I'll do a goofy one after a bit. Let's see here.
Anyway, do we have another question, or...
I will think of one in just a minute here. That's not something I want to see. I can think of another one. Just give me a second. In particularly, since I'm down here, I want to make sure that I have a lot of particularly something. Because you can see there's hearts I can't heal while I'm down here.
That's because of the stinky poo-poo gas.
Yes.
I hate sewers. They smell like poo gas.
Just 10 portable pots.
Yeah.
Did you catch that reference?
No.
Have you ever seen Freakazoid?
No.
Super Teen Extraordinaire.
It was
Freakazoid.
one
Freakazoid.
of. It was one of the top 2 classic anime cartoon series back in the day when Cartoon Network was actually good. It was funny and was entertaining, and it kind of started the whole anti-hero thing. But that's what he says. He says he needs to go down too soon. He says I hate sewers. They smell like poo gas.
I just cook nothing but Sundelions.
I'm still waiting for you to cook
Yes,
a
yes,
Zonite
yes.
cell.
Okay, yeah, there we
Cook
go.
a
We'll hold
Zonite
on to
charge.
that.
Waiting for Nezro to cook technology.
I mean, if you cook just Sunderlines, though, it just gets rid of the.
It gets rid of any healing to make it so that you will remove any extra. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, you just get the heart. It just gets rid of the negative heart.
Banana fish.
There was another attack boosting thing. There it is. Razor Shroom.
I want you to do all fruits.
Fruits?
Banana, melon, apple.
Oh, the problem with that is it'd be a waste just because fruit effects don't combine into one super big meal.
I just want to see what it makes. I don't get to do Cooking Simulator. Which would be the only thing I do in this game.
Opal, hydro, palm fruit, berry.
And there are recipes in the game, and you can review them.
Copious summered fruit. Colin's favorite. Half this shit in real life would be disgusting.
Oh, I'm sure.
I mean, yeah.
Me at my mobile cooking pot throwing a fairy onto the boiling water. Stewed fairy and mushroom.
It would increase the healing effect. That being said,
you cook a fairy once in this game, every great fairy refuses to help you.
You cook a fairy, it creates a fairy potion.
They should refuse to help you if you literally cook one of their kin. Threw my daughter into a pot of boiling water with meat and mushrooms. Fuck you. Get out of here.
I mean, the fairy flies away, so it's apparently okay. It just leaves whatever. I don't know. Whatever fairies get.
You burned off one of its wings.
You burned the skin of its ass.
Fairies, because like they just swirl around the pot and then fly off, and you're like, did anything actually happen? And it's like, yes. Here is the thing that happened. You get fairy potion.
Hey Link, welcome back. Remember the last time you were here? When your arm got melted off?
You missed that arm? I bet you missed that arm.
Here, have a nice jelly-filled donut.
It pulls out a rice ball.
I mean, Beetle in my game is giving out fairy potions for beetles, and I'm like, yes. Because after a while, I think like the item he gives out, if you continue to say no, he eventually just gives you a better item.
Beetles for beetle.
Yep.
Who's the lair? Going.
Yeah. Be prepared for more enemies.
It's a fun little question, the one that continues off of ours, our little thing. Ganondorf was raised by two surrogate mothers. What were the names of those two surrogate mothers? And they had a fused form. What was the name of the fused form for a singular point?
Fused form was Twinrova. Their names were Kotake and Kome.
Correct.
You only knew that because I brought up Twinrova earlier. Actually, I don't think you were here for that, but...
I was not.
Yeah. I was talking about Twinrova. Two ugly
Well, that's fucking ominous.
That's a brain.
Twinrova is hot.
Twinrova's hot, but components sure as hell ain't.
They
Remember,
actually,
kids, Zelda teaches you such good lessons as two ugly people equals one hot person.
I think they actually make an appearance in this game.
Hang on. Before we get too deep into the cutscene.
Ezra, charge your battery.
I know, it's really yelling at me.
It's telling you to charge both of them.
Oh, screen's gonna go dark for half a second. Sorry about that. If we're doing this, we're doing it right with the Zelda-themed controllers from the Skyward Sword release. Goblins at this point.
There's so many of them. Oh, hey, they're actually here.
Yeah.
I really expected that to be how a burrito fired their bow.
Link, we shall protect Hyrule together.
Claw, mouth pull string. Everyone's thirst trap.
The Garuda owe you for your help.
And my thirst trap.
I will
At the
atone
same
for
time.
my past failure.
It's hot.
It is time to stop the Demon King.
My face when I'm a part of the Demon King's army, but the weird twink just eats an entire 3-course meal.
God, I was hoping that was a one-hander. Are all of my current weapons two-handers? No, not this guy. Goblins now. Nice.
Well, you didn't think his whole army was just gonna be some of the cops, did you?
I was almost hoping at this point.
Look, Ganon might be conceited. He's not that conceited. Sure, he is 90% of his army's strength, but God, I wonder if you could actually do this game without ever fighting his army. Just let the others do it.
Something's going on.
That gloom, it means but one thing. The Demon King is there. Huh?
Oh, what the fuck? How?
It looks like a boss rush.
More obstacles in our path, but our foe is mistaken if he thinks this will stop us.
We are fated to fight these beasts. Don't worry about us. Link, we'll take care of this, Goro. You ready to see the power of a sage?
We'll be fine. We already beat them once. This'll be a breeze for sure.
It is time, Link. The rest is up to you.
And they all died.
Sag. Press F to pay respect.
Like how they did that whole amazing cutscene of all of them coming back, and then you don't even actually get to fight them.
Excuse me, Ganon. I hope you don't mind. I'm just a little bit peckish. Boy, I can't take a photo of that, can I? I want to go into this with the Master Sword, so I think I'll wait for it to recharge. In the meantime, while I'm waiting for it to recharge, let's see. I got it. Here's a good one. This one's a little bit vague. Chameleon and Donda, are you both there?
I'm here.
Within the main Zelda series, despite being set within medieval times, cannons only appear within one game in a functional state. Which game is it?
Wind Waker.
Twilight Princess.
You are correct. True cannons only appear in Twilight Princess as a functional one, where you load it with cannonballs specifically, and then you fill it with gunpowder in the form of bombs to make them launch.
That's bullshit. Wind Waker counts.
Oh, good. Master Power Sword has been restored. That was actually incredibly apt timing. But you are also correct in that they refer to the thing that lobs bombs as a cannon, even if it's not.
They also appear in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom.
How disappointing. This world should be shrouded in darkness, not bathed in insufferable light. All these weak, peace-loving cowards running rampant. It would have been more satisfying to overcome a worthy foe.
He could just do this entire time, huh?
Probably because he couldn't. I mean, he clearly had to gather a lot of power to do that.
Regardless, I will reshape this world as it was meant to be. I will crush any opposition. I will rule. That is what a king must do. Do not look away. You witness a king's revival. And the birth of his new world.
Really, Ganon's back.
Okay, and now that I've done that with the proper cutscene, let me just put on my good armor real quick.
You didn't want to just be in your fucked up armor?
Oh, yeesh. God, there's something so weird about his timing.
Oh, he almost does it.
He's imitating us?
Yeah, I mean, he immediately did that slow motion backflip to you. A perfect example of when the boss has the same moves as the player.
God. I'm trying so hard to figure out his tells, but he's got such a weird wind-up. That's so weird. I don't like his wind-ups. What are those?
I've barely gotten started. Take this.
I do kind of like that his weapon is just constantly changing up. He really is a warrior.
Fall. That all. What a feeling. I'd almost forgotten the thrill of battle. That feeling as blood surges in my veins. And I am not even nearing the limits of my power. Enjoy these final moments.
Yeah, definitely starting to look a bit more like Demise there.
Yep.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that health bar. That's almost off the screen.
I don't think that's fair.
Did he just kick me?
Alright, I'm here.
Listen, you piece of shit. I'm busy. Alright, Ganon.
Second I saw his first health bar, I'm like, yeah, this is gonna have a 2-phase. This might even have a fucking 3-phase.
1, 2, back.
Phase 3, he just eats the gem.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past him. Isn't there a person in this
Gummy.
who says, isn't there a person who says like a quote about eating a stone and becoming immortal?
Yes, but you become a dragon.
I don't think Ganon would mind. Ganon would love to be a fucking dragon.
Yeah, but you also lose your mind, but...
Arguably, Ganon has already lost his mind. I don't think this counts as phase 3. This is 2.5.
Yeah, this is 2.5. Oh, you fucking dickhead! I'm gonna kick your ass for that.
You're the one always going off about a king's charisma, so of course he's gonna fucking taunt you.
Holy shit! Oh my god, him!
To be fair,
Two can play at that game, you fucking dickhead.
To be fair, if this was realistic, you would have been dead already.
Oh, so many times over.
Because in a realistic fight, all you
Wait,
have
wait,
is
wait,
a
wait,
sword
wait,
and
wait,
a
what did
shield.
he just do to me?
Stole a heart.
God damn. God, that's so ass. He's stealing. He's knocking down my health. That's such ass.
He's literally... He's not just...
I mean...
That is literally depleting your maximum health. Not just...
It's literally how this game started, so... It's the canonical power he has, so it's all before this out of nowhere.
You're not wrong, but it's also kind of a bullshit ability.
Alright, let's prepare for phase 3.
Parry this, you piece of shit.
Eat the stone, Ganon. Do it.
Eat the fruit gummy.
Look, he's going back into his ceiling phase. Quick, Link, shove your hand into his chest.
You will not stand in my way.
That's a bit of an excessive grip.
Maybe.
Oh god.
Don't do it, Ganon. That's one of the tears of the kingdom.
Cast this world into eternal night.
I need a vacation.
God, Ganon needs a fucking sacred stone to do that. Corrin has him beat.
Technically, what you guys have is less powerful than what he's getting.
Yeah, but we don't even need a sacred stone to do it.
Yeah, but you're not immortal.
Corrin could be functionally immortal.
She's gonna live a long time.
Yeah, you can live a long time, but
I mean,
Ganon is immortal.
she can technically be functionally immortal with Loris casting the clone spell.
So, do you think in the future Nintendo's gonna stick to this one timeline?
Fucking hell, look at the size of this motherfucker. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Now, I would turn up the volume on your stream, but now I have to hear my own voice.
Demon dragon. Man, all it would take for him is, like, giving me a good nibble here. That's all it would take.
Technically speaking, since he no longer has his mind, he can't really remember any.
She's so tiny.
The core of
Yeah. She's just so tiny by comparison. Oh, she's fast!
She really do just be a Corin.
Angie!
She must. I wonder if the other dragons are gonna join in this attack.
That would be really fucking sick, but I doubt they're gonna do something so cool.
I know.
If the other have the Breath of the Wild dragons show.
It would be really cool if they did, but it would have been really cool if they gave me like an optional thing to do for that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like, I would have loved that shit, but it's so disappointing. It doesn't seem like they did. I think I did 100% of anything for story relevancy. Angie. Oh, he's got bumps on him. I'm gonna guess I strike the weak point for massive damage. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, what's happening? Oh, here we go! We going up? Jump off. Oh, wait. I was gonna say, you know what would be really good here? The fucking glide set, but...
So is this boss fight actually a challenge?
Oh god, Malice! His weird, gross, pus geysery body.
Hey, your hearts have returned.
Hey, I like those. Zoldo, please, thank.
Oh, the dragon is Zelda.
Oh yeah, no, you didn't see the cutscenes. I'll show them after. It's really beautifully done. Go, girl.
Yeah.
The other dragon was at the start of the game.
Yeah,
Let me just boop your nose real quick.
In the cutscene where Ganon is kneeling in front of Rauru, the two Gerudo to the sides have red and blue gems, implying that they are
Kotaka and Koma.
Yep, Twin Rova.
I mean, they had to be beautiful at some point. We just meet them.
Yeah, shit.
Yeah. In this game, their young forms show up.
Zelda, where are you at, girl? I'm falling. Thank you. Hi. Yeah, kind of like Calamity Ganon. This isn't as dramatic as I would have liked.
I mean, you've literally gone to the third phase. It's unheard of in Ganon fights. He had 3 forms in this game. His regular Gerudo form, he had his demise form, and he had his dragon form.
The other 2 phases were really powerful and really cool.
Given how much health you're killing with all of these,
Hi, Zelda.
Looks like you have one last weak spot left, but he has more health than that would destroy.
It's gonna be
so-
some kind of dramatic bullshit, isn't it?
Yeah, you're probably gonna have to go to the head and like stab the sword into his eye or something.
Well, Zelda, here we go.
Tell me, all I can just imagine whenever I see Dragon Zelda's face is, what do you see with your special eyes?
What do you... Yeah, with her eyes so far apart.
They're so far apart, staring in opposite directions.
I love you, glider set. Wow, I can now see why these were rewards for Trials of Courage. Zelda, how you doing, boo? Zelda, I'm about to go. Oh, Zelda, what you doing, girl? Thank you.
Look, it's very hard for a dragon of her size to keep track of something like you.
Okay, well, hey, I mean, at least in this game, Zelda actually plays an active role in the final fight.
Yeah.
She's played active roles before, and technically she's really not playing an active role. Her role is still very passive. She's literally just ferrying you up so you can jump off of her.
Okay, well, since my health doesn't seem to matter all that much here, I'm gonna go for looking good in the final cutscene over,
Obvious Hood.
No! I will...
Fun. Refuse to be Rabio. You should just go for the irony and kill him as a Yiga.
What do you see with your... Maybe aim a little bit higher, Link. Maybe just a little bit. How did this get back on your forehead? Excuse me, mister.
Well, he swallowed it, so it merged with his dragon form.
Yeah, but Zelda's isn't anywhere on her dragon form from what I see.
Because her dragon form was done properly. He didn't just rip it off of his head and shove
Fuck
it
yourself!
down his throat.
Boy!
Damn it, how does this feel?
Man, he has been stabbed in the forehead a lot.
That's the best way to deal with things.
I mean, you aren't wrong. Oh, it didn't stay in there. Wait, I was about to get bodied by that tail again.
I've not played Shadow of the Colossus.
Good
Mostly
game.
Because I don't kill the Colossi.
Yeah.
The only way to win Shadow of the Colossus is to not play it so that the Colossi can stay alive. Now he won't be able to go to Akashi Tower.
Jesus.
This seems pretty final, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how they could ever top Dragon again.
Fucking exploded!
Local twink nukes Hyrule.
Destroy it! Complete.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say that was a destruction.
Destructive finish!
That definitely seems final.
Yeah, he'll be back.
No, that seems very, very final.
Yeah,
What the fuck going on
Like,
here?
there has never been a destruction of Ganon that powerful.
That boy became a nuke!
I'm not sure if Wind Waker's relevant since that's a different timeline, but
Okay, let's be
clothes are
quiet. I really want to focus on this. I like that arm. Where's my shirt?
Rose arm destroyed it.
well, I mean, are you sure you had one on before the cutscene?
Yeah,
Yeah.
positive.
He's also missing his head.
Time to dive. I am going as fast as I can.
Current objective, dive.
Oh, this OST is fucking beautiful, man.
Yeah. I'm also glad that this kind of mirrors the first cutscene, where he had to reach out to save Zelda, but he failed.
Yeah.
And now he and Zelda have separate homes.
You waking up, girl, because we about to. Oh,
Now, in real life, that would have killed you.
straight up.
Yes,
But in
doesn't
Zelda,
matter.
Zelda, water acts like a cushion.
Instead of like cement when you hit it with enough force.
Actually, it's just the Triforce just acts as a brake. It breaks the water before you hit it.
Yeah. This is why I like the upgraded glide armor, because it has a component that reduces fall damage to 0.
Hey, the last thing I remember is being a dragon. Now I'm soaking wet. You don't have a shirt on.
Why are you soaking wet? Why don't you have a shirt on?
Why am
Oh,
I?
that's nice. Zelda's theme playing.
Yeah.
after all.
Man, if Fee shows up right now.
He's gone. The Demon King. I'm not in a dream, right? You did it. Oh, Link, you really did it. But how am I?
Some crazy bullshit happened, Zelda. There were ghosts!
No, I understand. I had been sleeping all this time. When I felt something, like a warm, loving embrace, I woke up.
Why is that bitch still floating?
Because it's still floating because they're gonna Ouroboros right into Skyward Sword.
Thank you.
Because it's not floating.
Yeah, no, it's attached to the ground by a pillar.
I met such wonderful people. I saw Hyrule as it was. I have so much to tell you. So much happened.
Who voices her anyway?
Oh, Link. I'm home.
Patricia Somerset.
I like the accent.
Yes. The accent for Princess Zelda is the exact same one as Liam, a Canadian with a British accent.
Yeah, it's a woman faking a British accent. Good job, everyone! We did it! Yay! Clap!
You found Princess Zelda.
I found Zoldo.
And also a bunch of other stuff. But
Bunch of other shit. Maybe the true Zelda were the friends we made along the way.
the true Zeldas were the tears we kingdomed along the way.
Yeah.
Is anybody gonna check on the sages?
No.
So, how's this compared to Breath?
Well, I'm gonna give my usual review that I do at the end of games now. Tears of the Kingdom. Really, really good, which is unsurprising because Breath of the Wild was really good and all they had to really do was imitate Breath of the Wild to get a really good game, but they really took it a step further and kind of stepped up on a lot of things. I like that they didn't bring back Magnesis instead giving you Ultra Hand because that made the world feel so much more interactable. Cryonis being gone wasn't a huge detriment between getting... How to say this? The powers you get relative to the powers that you had in... compared to Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom's powers were more useful and definitely more versatile. Not having infinite bombs could of course be a bit of a bummer, but it wasn't like a deal breaker. Let's start with what this game does really well over Breath of the Wild. It has better interaction with its own inventory system. That is to say, monster parts were only used for potion making in Breath of the Wild, and now they're used for making higher grade weapons, getting different weapons like really worthwhile in doing. They give you so many different effects. There's so much more purpose to going after enemies. They really expanded upon that item gathering system and really made it so much better over Breath of the Wild. They added in more flexibility with the food system, which is still, limited to one effect, but they added in some effects, they added in some new armors. Really, this game does hold up a lot to being the same standards as Breath of the Wild. Really, the only strict commentary that I can make was a great improvement was the item gathering system. The story was, I think, also a bit more compelling than Breath of the Wild's. I did like the story with this a little bit more because Breath of the Wild's story felt a lot more like, if I had to describe it, like you were catching up on your own story from the past, and this really feels a little bit more lived in because you're interacting with the story you established from the previous game, plus a story that is now really much more your own. If I had to say something, the temples in this were an improvement over Breath of the Wild's Divine Beasts, but I did almost like the way they tackled the Divine Beasts a little bit better, where it felt like you had to do a lot of very flexible thinking with a very, like, limited space, if that makes sense. By comparison to this, where it's like you get a lot of open space, but the ways in which you can tackle puzzles makes it very easy to break the temples, which means, of course, there's no linearity, which can be a good or a bad thing. I really only ever wound up breaking the temple on the Gorons. If I had to say anything other than that, the one thing that is definitely worse in this game is the Sage system compared to the Champion system. Like, if you ask me the ways in which I would change the Sage system, it would basically be like, I would change rejuice to be like how... So Toulon's is already pretty passive, but I would change rejuice to be like, while I'm focusing down the sights of my arrow, let me press A to activate her ability. You know what I mean? That's one thing that could have been changed. With Sidon's ability, since it was meant to be defensive, you could have just done ZL and A to go into guard and then activate his champion abilities. And for, maybe for Yunobo, you could have done something with the ZR targeting system or whatever, or the L targeting system or whatever you want to call it. Kind of like, that is to say, like, I'm looking in this direction, I want Yunobo to focus, now I can see where his line of fire is going, and then a button press. There was a lot of ways to make it much more streamlined. It really doesn't feel good. Compared to Breath of the Wild, which were much more seamless. That being said, if I did had to say anything, this game is definitely an improvement over Breath of the Wild, which is hard to achieve because Breath of the Wild is already such a good game. If I had to give it a rating as a game, I would give it like a solid, I would say like an 8 out of 10. The other thing that really bothers me in this game is that they throw out everything that is related to the Guardians, the Divine Beasts, basically almost anything related to Sheikah and their technology almost entirely, with the exception of the ancient blades that you can attach to your arrowhead to essentially get ancient arrows again. And even that is like something you get like at the end of everything. The only Guardian Stalkers you ever wind up seeing again is the ones attached to Pura's house and Robbie's lab, and I guess to an extent you see them with the Skyview towers where those arms come out and they definitely look like Sheikah tech. You get the Pura pads and you get the contact for them to make with that look Sheikah-ish, but they're just, I don't know, they're just not the same, and it feels so weird that everything, the Divine Beasts especially, are just gone. Like, they don't explain it or anything.
To be fair, if the entire plot of the last 100 years of the last game was that Ganon's power could fully take control of all of these machines, you probably wouldn't want to be keeping them around either.
No, and I get that, but sorry, they put in some weird audio.
Yeah, but
you wouldn't want to keep them around, but even if you didn't keep them around, it could have been very easily explained by stating, like, okay, they were repurposed, you know, like, deconstructing the shrines is something that confused me a lot, especially because it would have been easier to say, like, you know, oh, they went back down underground, you know what I mean? Like, the Shrine of Resurrection, you can actually go visit where it was, and all that's left is a pool of hot water. And something about that is so very strange. And, like, you go underwater, and there's more hot spring water. but it just feels like such a very odd thing for it to be just totally gone and not explained. Like, if somebody was going to be dismantling them, it would have been Pura. And if you had talked to Pura, or maybe even Robbie, and they were just like, yeah, we took them apart, or, like, you know, even if there was an in-lore thing, like some dude just being like, oh yeah, Pura had us go around collecting all the Guardians, you know, anything, like an offhand comment, would have been better than, like, nothing. Just having them not be there because, you know, they're not relevant to the story anymore is
like even in a journal entry or something.
A journal entry, something,
that's
anything.
Unfortunately, the result of how this game came to be, which was it was just going to be a DLC that they liked so much it became its own game.
Yeah, I mean, that's very fair. It's just
so
one of those things you sit there and it's like very, very strange that it's totally gone and no explanation given. The only other nods to it is the helms, which I imagine there's more than just the one for Ruta. There definitely is. But I didn't go out of my way to collect them. Yeah, I mean, that's really it at the end of it all.
Name is Shintaro Furukawa as the executive producer.
Yeah, I have the Goron helm in my game.
Yeah. Another commentary that I'll make is while the sky is really interesting to go to because you have to be flexible with the way in which you move, and the ground is really interesting to interact with because there's so much going on, the depths suck. They do suck.
Yeah.
Like not even the proverbial, like, they're annoying to deal with. They just kind of, compared to the other two, they suck. All that's down there is monsters and minerals. All the purpose of the minerals is getting more batteries for your Zonai tech, which makes it easier to move around, which I get. Oh.
Yeah.
One sec.
You never even double upgraded your batteries, so.
I mean, there's armor and stuff down there, but it's like most of it's.
Dondare, one sec. There's a final cutscene going on.
I can't believe such an impressive landmass can float in the sky. Just when I thought I'd started to figure the Zonai out.
Everyone, I am glad I was able to bring you all here. I wanted to share this view of Hyrule with all of you.
Whoa! I've never been this far up before, Goro.
Wow, what a sight it is. And Zelda, you were roaming the skies all along?
Yes, although I don't really remember. I never thought I would actually stand here again.
This is only a theory, but Raru's power of light and Sonia's time power. For Zelda to transform back, they both must have channeled their abilities through you, Link.
I see.
Now it seems it is my time.
Minoru!
Do not worry. You have overcome the burden my era left to you. You have proven yourself, and you no longer need me. I know I can move on, join Raru and the others, and the world will be safe.
Those of us gathered here, swear on our lives to support Princess Zelda and... to support Princess Zelda and safeguard the land of Hyrule.
Rauru and Sonia will be happy to hear of this.
But Minoru...
And now let them know just how much you care. Thank you all.
King Rauru, Queen Sonia, Minoru, the ancient sages. They wished not only to save Hyrule from the Demon King, but for it to see eternal peace. I will dedicate myself to that goal. Now, and for all time. My friends, with all of your strength, stand with me.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Solid 8 out of 10 game, I would say. Maybe even 9 out of 10. It's pretty good. Let's say 8.5. That said, there's lots of things that, when you make a world that's this expansive, you wish they address, like obviously you become a dragon when you eat a secret stone. What are the other dragons then? Do I get to have any insight to their lore? And the answer is no. They're just resource harvest materials. You never know anything more about them. Don't ask.
You know, I've always drawn parallels between, especially Breath of the Wild, between Zelda and Dark Souls. And in terms of Breath of the Wild, Elden Ring.
Dark Souls is a much grittier, much more confusing universe.
Yeah.
I'm talking about in terms of gameplay.
It's a much tougher game series too.
It
my ending thoughts, things that they could have done better. They put a lot of armor down in the depths, but the depths are such a pain to traverse in terms of terrain that it's almost not worth it to do it. The depths for an area, despite being so expansive and just as large as the surface as compared to the sky, which is much smaller, is rather tragically empty feeling. If I had to describe it. So the depths definitely needed more love. I can understand it is what it is, but just being a monster zone is kind of a bummer. Monster zone and armor hunting point, really. It's like, okay, sure. The crafting system was great. I still think this game is great. It's just some places it really needs perhaps just a tiny bit more. And that's mostly in attention to the attention to detail story aspect as opposed to the attention to detail gameplay aspect. Like it's kind of a bummer to just sit there and be like, the secret stones create immortal dragons. There are 3 immortal dragons into the world. Are we going to get insight into what happened with them? No, no more lore on them. So bummer, but understandable, but bummer. So with that, I will be calling stream here. Thank you everybody so much who showed up. I do not know if anybody is online, but allow me to check. Toki is online, and he is playing.
It's either 7 or 8.
I think it's 7 remake, maybe.
Yeah. All I could see was VII, so I wasn't sure if it was VII or III, because it got cut off.
7 remake.
Yeah, FF7R.
Go over there and say hi to Toki. Super cool dude. I will be back tomorrow with Zelda D&D. With this ended, any more of it that I'm going to play is going to be on my own accord and not on stream. My next game will be Sly 3. I've had it sitting here and I'm borrowing it from Troy Boy, so I'd rather not let it sit. So, with that, I will see you guys later. Bye, folks.